usual, I'm gonna need you to hold on for a minute or so until I get my other streams going. But we're gonna run by a few things. We're gonna be talking about President Trump in month four. Month four. He's been in office for 4 months, but we're gonna talk about a few things. But let me go ahead and get my other devices going so we can make this happen. I don't know why this is on this ergonomic keyboard here. So let's see what happens here. All right, so there we go. And happy Friday to all you folks that are going to tune in. You know what I always say, you could be anywhere you want. Appreciate you being here with your boy. So um we got a few strong subjects, but then again, hopefully we can keep it somewhat mild. But it depends on, it always depends on how the conversation goes. So we'll see. Salute, Tim. You are the GOAT, says Mellow Fellow. Thank you, as you are one of the very first to arrive here. But we're going to be talking about, we're really reviewing Trump month four, but there is so much else going on. So we're going to be covering a lot. And certainly asking the people, how happy are you so far? Trump, I believe, has had a pretty good week. Trump has had a good week. There's been some legal setbacks, but due to the controversial nature of Trump, that's always going to happen. But things have gotten through. So we're going to talk about that. Almost done here, and we should be going live momentarily here. So let me just put in the last finishing touches. I think I got everything going here. Looks like we're good to go. So I'll go ahead and cue my devices to start up. And I like watching you, says Richard Kelly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm in my 50s there. Somebody asked me how old I am. I'm in my early 50s. I'm no young kid, as they would say. I'm an old ass man. Hopefully this device kicks in. I don't know why this always does this. Let's see what's happening here. Let's see. Vertical, horizontal. Turn it that way. And we should be to make it happen. If not, we're going to just go ahead. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so I'll go ahead and start the live momentarily in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We got a host of topics to talk about. As usual, it happens. But nevertheless, in Trump land, things move at the speed of light. And this week has been no exception. This week has been no exception at all. And I'm talking to you while I'm trying to get my damn HDMI cord situated there. There we go. Monitor's back on. So we got several topics to talk about, and there goes my HDMI cord. I gotta go ahead and purchase another damn cord. I guess either that or something's going on, but I'm always having trouble with that. But anyway, this week is no exception. There are several things I want to run by you folks. First of all, it has been somewhat of a successful week for President Trump. It's been somewhat of a successful week for the guy. I mean, make no mistake about it, he's gotten a bill passed through. Wow. He's gotten a bill through. Now, we always say Trump can only do things by executive order. So this time, he's gotten through what is referred to as the big, beautiful bill. Now, I'm going to talk to you folks because all that glitters is not gold, as they say, and there's a whole lot of folks who do not favor the big, beautiful bill, but there's plenty of other folks who do. Biggest conversation is going to be Medicaid, cuts to Medicare and Medicaid, and they're talking about they've added work requirements to it. Is that a good thing? Were there a significant amount of folks receiving Medicaid that did not, was there a bunch of fraudulent individuals sitting around on their ass all day claiming Medicaid when they should have been out there working? That's the conversation we're going to be having. So That's there. Obviously, the big one this is one where I don't think it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. You're going to like Trump for this, so much so that even Kamala Harris started repeating it. No tax on tips. What working class man could argue with that? What working class man or woman could argue with that? That's something that was originally created in campaigned on by Trump, and it was so well accepted by working class Americans that Kamala Harris started using it as well. Kamala Harris before was soon after Trump started talking about no tax on tips. Kamala Harris started using it as well. So Trump has gotten that through. Now there are some loopholes. I won't say loopholes, but it isn't as straightforward and beautiful as it sounds. But no tax on tips, there is good and bad to it. Because if you hear no tax on tips, then shit, all of the tips I make, I don't have to pay taxes on them. Sounds great. So my next check coming up, $300-400 of my next check is in tips. I don't have to pay any taxes. Wahoo. Well, first of all, you don't get the benefit until the end of the year when you file your income tax. So you're going to be paying tax on tips throughout the year. So there is and there's also a limit on how much you can receive in tips. I think it's like 20-some thousand bucks. So you're talking roughly a couple grand a month that you could receive in tips and not pay taxes on it. Once you go past that, then you're in the realm of having to pay tax on tips again. So there is a lot of limitations to it, but on its face, it sounds great. And I'm gonna play you a clip on that when we get to it. Also, President Trump is apparently going after the Ivy League, a lot of America's most prestigious universities. And obviously the question is because of the universities, the Harvards, the Columbias, these places were held in such high regard. Why is Trump going after some of America's most prestigious universities?
Stopping other universities besides Harvard from accepting foreign
Well, we're taking a look at a lot of things. And as you know, billions of dollars has been paid to Harvard. How ridiculous is that? Billions. And they have $52 billion as an endowment. They have $52 billion. And this country's paying billions and billions of dollars and then gives student loans and they have to pay back the loans. So Harvard's going to have to change its ways.
Why do you not want the best and brightest from around the world to come to Harvard?
I do, but a lot of the people need remedial math. Did you see that? Where the students can't add 2 and 2 and they go to Harvard. They want
Hold on, I want to say something. Trump is known for exaggerating. Look, a lot of folks like it, but to suggest that people are getting into Harvard that cannot add 2 plus 2, I mean, you just heard him say that. These people cannot add 2. Now, I'll be honest and admit to you, when I first went to college or whatever you want to call it, in the beginning, I did need some assistance with math myself, but it was algebra and calculus. I mean, I spent a month or two getting up to standard. And of course, I was admitted, went on to get my associate's, bachelor's, and master's. So I wasn't great at math, but the idea that people are getting into Harvard of all places, and they cannot add 2 plus 2.
Remedial math, and they're going to teach remedial math at Harvard. No, wait a minute. So why would they get in? How can somebody that can't add or has very basic skills, how do they get into Harvard? Why are they there? And then you see those same people picketing and screaming at the United States and screaming at, they're anti-Semitic or they're something. We don't want troublemakers here. But how do people that can't, when Harvard comes out with a statement that they're going to teach some of their students remedial math, that's basic math.
I think every college probably does that a little bit. Why would he have such a problem with that? If you can be taught a little bit of remedial math and you turn out to be an engineer or some kind of bioscientist or something like that, is it really that big of a deal that you had some remedial math at the beginning of your college education? I mean, why is that such a big issue But to start out, Will G says Trump ain't shit. Good evening, Will G. Good to see you here. You will hear that that classic tone anytime someone via super chat says somebody ain't shit, and Will G says it better than no other. Looking in the comments, and real quick, I want to before I get on to the next topic. We got 4 topics today. In the comments, Stevie D, friend of the program, points out something that I did a video on earlier. Damn, I hate this HDMI cord. It's so fucked up. I cannot keep my screen on. But earlier today, I did a live because many of you are aware. Now, this is not the topic of the show, but I just want to say this real quick. Stevie D offers some counter information. There was a jet that went down yesterday, a small passenger jet. Private passenger jet went down in the San Diego area yesterday, and all on board were killed. No one on the ground lost their lives, but in the neighborhood, it went down on a city block, on a street block. So houses and cars were set ablaze, a lot of property damage. Unfortunately, none of the people lost their lives. Anyway, it has come out. You can hear the actual audio communication between the pilot and ground control. And the pilot is clearly concerned about the weather because the automated weather reports coming out of that airport are no longer taking place anymore. And there's a lot of speculation orbiting around the notion that it is due to the NOAA cuts from Doge, from Elon Musk. Still speculation right now, but I will ask the question, do you trust, what's the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, do you trust, because that is controlled by Trump, will you trust their findings at this point? Because if it is due to the Doge cuts, I don't know if the NTSB is going to be reliable in telling you, look, it's due to the cuts we've made and it's left folks vulnerable, because it would give them a huge lawsuit against the federal government. I don't know if I would trust it. But anyway, in regards to why I jumped on this topic, and this is not what the show is going to be about today, but I only responded because one of my subscribers, Stevie D, said, Tim, I did some research. Plane crashes have gone down year by year. I challenge you to research. We're not talking year by year, Stevie D. I would challenge you to do the last 4 months. That's what we're having today. We're having a 4-month review of Trump. I would challenge you to do a 4-month study on what has happened in the airline industry compared to previous years. What has happened over the last 4 months, not year by year, because the last 4 months have been horrendous in the airline industry. So that's what we're talking about, not year by year. Anyway, thank you for the comment. But continuing on, I do want to continue. We're talking about Harvard and the idea that Trump is making it harder on foreign students, getting rid of the ability for Harvard to use, take people in with student visas. Like I said, been a decent week for Trump. In addition to the big, beautiful bill, he's also taken ownership of the jet from Qatar. We'll cover it in whatever way you want to cover it. But I had a lot of folks on the MAGA side of the aisle telling me, you don't have to keep talking about this shit. Yeah, Trump wants the jet, but he can't do it. The Constitution or whatever the hell, the Emoluments Clause. Well, he has the damn jet now. So for all you folks who defended Trump by saying, who cares what he's saying, he can't take it, he took it. He literally took it. So get off of the notion that he can't take it. And I see in the comments, gangsta grandma says it's white privilege. I think it's Trump privilege. I don't know. I think it's more Trump privilege. But last topic also is, actually I got a couple of topics, but one of the ones I want to talk to you about is, I played this clip the other day, and
that's not the deal.
I got all my shit going for the same time here. I'm only going to play it real short here, but
Fletcher,
I want you to
warning during.
Oh God! I want you to hear this again because it is going to go into a question I want to ask, and this is coming off of democracies.org's website. But I want you to hear this. We played it last time. I'm gonna give you about 10 seconds of this, and then I want to ask a question in relation to it.
The UN's humanitarian chief, Tom Fletcher, is warning 14,000 babies could die in Gaza over the next 48 hours if more aid does not enter the besieged Gaza.
Now that time period is expired, and they're already claiming that a lot of babies have actually passed. Israel is keeping out the food trucks. These people are starving to death. Now, what I want to ask, because we talked about this the other day, but I'm going to ask a simple question: which one is more important, do you believe, from a standpoint of American involvement? White South Afrikaners that are losing their land and claiming to be abused by the locals, or actual babies dying of starvation? Which one, from a standpoint of America, needs to get involved, do you believe might be more important? And I do want to point out, before you answer that question, keep in mind, the babies were not alive when October 7th took place. These are babies. This is not some little 1-year-old that used a paraglider to fly into Israel and take out a bunch of lives. These are babies starving to death. Which one do you believe is more important from a standpoint of America should get involved, defending or at least trying to save the lives of babies dying of? Can you imagine do you realize how painful it is to die of starvation? Because that doesn't happen overnight. That's like a long time. That is like that could be as much as weeks of awful pains. I mean, obviously from an infant, it's going to be endless crying. Or the white South Afrikaners that claim their land is being taken. Which one do you believe is more important from the standpoint of American involvement? Last but not least, this topic here it might be a hot button issue because it's all over the damn internet. And I got to talk about it. You've probably heard it. It's being referred to, it's being referred to as black fatigue. This is the claim that so many folks are growing disgusted, literally disgusted, overwhelmed with the experiences of black criminality and the disgraceful parts of the black culture in general. Black fatigue. I want to talk about it from a standpoint, because standpoint of some folks that commented on it. I'm going to give you two folks that I took off of TikTok that had some really interesting things to say. And then we'll go right into taking calls and
Black
everything.
Privilege.
I want you to, this first guy clearly has a case of black fatigue, and I want you to hear what he has to say, and then there's a counterpoint after this.
Black privilege is getting worse by the year. And by worse, I mean they're getting more bold with their schemes and their actions. I do find it pretty funny, though, when you have those interviewers on the street, they go up to a bunch of black people, they're like, you got 100 fish, and 13 of the fish cause half of the problems. What do you do with those 13 fish? Almost every time the black people say get rid of the fish. Black people, you're lucky we don't have the same mentality of you. Otherwise, y'all be gone.
What do you think he's suggesting? Now, his math was interesting. He used the 13%. That's in reference to the notion that blacks represent 13% of the population. But before we move on to the counterpoint, I want you to hear his math calculation again, because it is interesting and noteworthy.
To a bunch of black people, they're like, you got 100 fish, and 13 of the fish cause half of the problems. What do you do with those 13 fish? Almost every time the black people say get rid of the fish. Black people, you're lucky we don't have the same mentality of you. Otherwise, y'all be gone.
I guess I could start out by saying we didn't actually have to be here to begin with, but I want you to hear the counterpoint now.
Black privilege.
Not this point. Hold on a second. I got a brand new laptop. Maybe it's about time I install it, because this one is starting to give me hell. But here's the counterpoint.
White people, if crime statistics really mattered to us, we would be talking about white men every damn day. We as white people love to throw around statistics when it comes to the black community. We love to misconstrue data about poverty rates, crime rates, single parent households. Here's the thing. If you really want to talk about problematic behavior in terms of statistics, we need to talk about white men. Most mass shootings in America, white men. School shootings, white men. Intimate partner violence, typically known as domestic violence, white men. Police brutality and systemic violence, white men. Online harassment and extremism, white men. Domestic terrorism, white men. Serial killers, white men. The demographic making up the vast majority of CEOs, judges, senators, and police chiefs who refuse to hold white men responsible, white men. And yet us white men are really talked about as being a problem. Few white people are asking, what's wrong with white men? What's wrong with the culture? Few white men are demanding that we be fixed. And why? Because we as white men humanize and individualize white violent offenders. And it's time to flip the script. To shame and blame, because I know white males are incredibly fragile when it comes to that, but instead to name what's really going on and who continues to be protected and not held accountable because of selective storytelling. I hope this helps.
That one came from Instagram. Okay, so wow. And I see somebody said, damn, you're going hard. Best comments I've seen so far coming from Pamela 1010. Pamela 1010, great comment, says, how about we take the color of skin out of it? Now we're talking about men. She is absolutely correct about that. That most of this shit we're complaining about is perpetrated by men. It is perpetrated by men. There's no denying. I mean, in fact, when you talk about the contradictions between the races, white women and black men tend to get along okay. So, I mean, that's a great point there, Pamela. I cannot deny that. I cannot deny that. Anyhow, we're going to go ahead and start taking callers right out. I'm sure I'll get hammered by some of this. But what do you think in regards to what the first TikToker said versus the Instagrammer at the end, in regards to whether or not it's fatigue or maybe there's something else there? Because if you're talking only 13% of the population, I'm going to say what I said in my other video on TikTok. Most of the people claiming to have black fatigue live, operate, and work in areas where they have little to no interaction with black people at all. I mean, if you've seen the national map after an election, all of those red counties that are all throughout this country, very few black people live in those areas. And that's where a lot of these folks claiming to have black fatigue comes from. In fact, the first guy I played you,
privilege.
This guy here, his TikTok name is, I think, something like Just a Guy in Idaho. How the fuck you get black fatigue in Idaho? How do you get black fatigue in an area where black people virtually do not exist? I suppose he'd have to be in Boise to even see any of them at all. Black fatigue in the middle of Idaho. How the hell does that happen? You know, I'll just tell you right off the bat where black fatigue comes from in modern times. I see some folks talking about racism and all of that. I'm talking about in modern, well, it could be that too, but I'm just going to say it comes from the media. You always hear where people don't like Trump because of the media this, the media makes you hate him. Well, if you got black fatigue in the middle of Idaho, it ain't like you're having a bunch of world star events in the middle of Idaho. Why do you have fatigue? Probably watching Fox, Newsmax. Maybe you're getting a little bit of information from Candace Owens. Maybe you're reading Breitbart articles. That's how you get black fatigue in the middle of Idaho. You're getting it from the media because ain't shit happening in your area that would give you fatigue. Your whole neighborhood is fucking white. You got black fatigue. So I do want to point that out, but maybe you got black fatigue and you can explain it to me. I mean, this guy's name is literally Just a Guy in Idaho or something like that. And he's talking about he's got black fatigue. Let me go to the box. I want to know what I'm getting wrong because I'm assuming it is plenty of it. We'll start right off with one of my subscribers, Gangsta Grandma. Gangsta Grandma, do you have black fatigue?
Why would I have black fatigue? I'm black my damn self. What are you talking about, Willis?
I got a lot of, hold on. I got blacks that have responded to me. I think they're MAGA, but I don't know. But they've said, look.
That's probably maggots. They maggots as hell. I would never have black fatigue for my culture. What the fuck? I love my blackness. I love my food. I love my men's. I love everything about being black. What you talking about, Willis?
Well, but
The white man don't. The white man don't. Because you know why? They can't cook.
that's
They
not.
hate on black asses. They hate on us so bad.
Wait a
You know
minute.
why?
Wait, hold on. Some of the most
Hold on, let me
well-known.
finish my damn sentence.
Because you're wrong. You're wrong. Some of the most well-known, highly respected chefs are white.
Yeah. No, that's not true though. They still don't know how to cook that chicken though. But, they still don't know how to cook that chicken. They put raisins in their potato salad. Spoiled ass mayonnaise. Fuck that.
You know you're
And I don't
being.
like Gordon Ramsay. Gross. He's a bitch.
Your commentary.
Ramsay's a straight bitch.
You know the way you're describing white. Some would say your commentary is racist towards whites.
I don't give a damn about that. I don't like the maggots. How many fucking times have I told y'all, Riri looking ass? I said this, Buttercup. I said I like the normal white tea people. The ones that are welcome to my barbecue. The ones that are not racist. The ones that did not vote for that man. I like they asses because they are allies. I do not like the maggots because they're coming after us. They're coming after everything that we have done in this society. What the fuck you talking about?
Give me.
that.
I want you to elaborate. How do you believe that MAGA is coming after people of color? What are they doing to make you say that?
What the fuck are you talking? Are you? Oh my God. Okay, see? I was trying to be nice to you.
Then
Buttercup,
continue
look
being nice. Continue
I'm
being
trying to be
nice.
nice. They are coming. Look what they're fucking doing.
I'm asking a question.
We told they sorry piece of shit asses what they're gonna do to Medicaid, what they're gonna do to the food stamps, what they're doing to Medicare. We told them this. We told them they're coming for black and brown people. They're gonna kick everybody the fuck out. Oh no, they're not. They're only taking out the criminals. They're never going to take the Medicaid and stuff. It's just what is it called? Fraud and stuff. No, bitch. They're coming for everything. They're coming for everything. And they're coming for black people now. Because what do they say? What they say now? They're taking away what they did to Floyd and shit. And the what is that? The cop shit.
What are you talking about? You talking about pardoning Derek Chauvin?
Yeah, they're taking everything. They're taking the polices, the accountability from the police. What do you think that's gonna? They're coming for our asses.
Well, first of all, in regards to what you mentioned first with Medicaid and Medicare, that is not something specifically directed at blacks. That could happen to anybody. It doesn't matter what race you are.
They do have black and brown people. You know what? It's gonna hurt the most, though. You know what is going to hurt the most, and I ain't going to lie to you, is the white tea people that vote for that.
So
I
how?
know that. But they're coming for everything else, though. They're coming for our civil rights and stuff. What are you talking about?
How can?
They're giving the popos immunity? No, but how about Juneteenth? How about taking away our Black History Month? Or what, the white man can't list about Black History Month? We built this son of a bitch. The damn White House was built for the slavery.
Are you saying that Trump is? Are you saying that Trump is getting rid of the Juneteenth holiday?
You don't think he won't? He took the fuck away Black History Month. He took women history. He's been taking everything, books out of schools and shit. Yeah. What are you talking about, Willis?
I'm still not hearing why you're saying that MAGA's coming at the black people. I'm not hearing it.
Because they voted for him. You vote for the maggot. You vote for the cook. You vote for the Triple K. They're right along with them. You walk like a fucking duck. You quack like a fucking duck. You're a fucking duck.
All of these black people that voted for Trump, and you're going to tell me that they voted for the Triple K?
They want to get next to whiteness so fucking bad, okay? And then they thought they were going to get a PPE loan. Because you know why? Oh, Trump did the fucking loans. They gave us all these loans. No, bitch. It was the Democrats. It never was him or the Republicans. They kept on fighting it. See, that's how ignorant those damn black men are. It was the black men. It was a couple of the sisters, the little fucking furry ass friends. But hey, they ain't my kinfolk.
Well,
they ain't welcome to my fucking barbecue. They white as shit. They bent over for the white man. They house ninjas.
You do realize whether it's the economy, whether it is our involvement overseas, there are legitimate reasons for black people to vote for Trump.
For what?
I just
What?
told you. I just told
No.
you.
The economy? Are you fucking shitting me? See, that's how uneducated motherfuckers was. Under Joe Biden, our economy was going through the fucking roof. But the uneducated motherfuckers didn't realize that the damn corporate greed was doing this shit. It wasn't Joe Biden. Joe Biden couldn't do the groceries list and every damn thing. It was corporate fucking greed that did it. Because our damn unemployment shit was the lowest ever been. Our damn inflation, he got it from 9% to under 3%. That was Joe Biden.
Okay. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Now, we'll tackle them one at a time because you're making it sound like there's no reason for a black person to vote for Trump, and I vehemently disagree.
What was it?
Okay.
Give me the reason why.
Question number 1. If you are African American and you're pro-life, who should you vote for between Trump and Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris.
Why?
You know what pro-life is? You know what pro-life is?
Yes.
When if you want a bitch to get pregnant, then give the services for the damn bitch. You feel what I'm saying?
Whoa!
Don't take the damn food stamps away from them. Don't take the damn Medicaid away from them. And don't have a damn corpse having a baby that's not getting no nutrition. That is forced birth. That is not pro-life. I'm pro-life.
Okay, how about this? Protecting the life of the unborn. How about if I said it that way? Who should you vote for, Trump or Kamala Harris?
I would vote for her because she would protect it, because she gave a choice. She gave a choice.
That ain't protecting it. That's not protecting it. That's protecting a mother. That ain't protecting a child.
Let me tell you something. When does a fetus have more rights than my body? When does it, huh?
I'm just asking a question.
When does it?
I'm just asking a question. All right, I get you. I disagree, but point number 2, if you are black and you're trying to decide between Trump and Kamala, and the Second Amendment, such as shall not be infringed, is a major issue to you, who should you vote for?
I have my a pew pew. What are you talking about?
That ain't what I asked you. That is not what I asked you.
I say it again because I had a phone call coming in.
You are trying to decide between those two, and you believe the Second Amendment shall not be infringed upon. That is your mindset. We're not talking about common sense gun laws. We're not talking about, magazine limits and all of this other shit. We're talking about shall not be infringed. Who should you vote for between Trump and Kamala Harris?
I voted for her. I would never vote for Trump.
Okay, but you understand where I'm going. Last question. If you...
I'll never vote for him.
Well, then that's different. You will never vote for him, but you made it sound like there's no reason for an African American to vote for Trump.
Because you know why there wasn't no reason. Only thing they wanted to do was bend over and take it up the ass without a fucking lube. That's what they wanted. They wanted to be house ninjas to the master. That's what they wanted. It had no thing about it, honey. They wanted that money because they thought that motherfucker was going to give them money, but the Democrats did that. They ain't going to have no more money, Pookies, Ray-Rays, Tinkerbells, never. Because guess what? He's doing more tariffs on top of us now.
Well, I mean...
Our Apple and shit. Our economy is in the shit. We had triple A, okay? We had gold standard. They did it to minus A. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what about the average American? Are they feeling anything due to our credit rating being reduced?
Yeah, they are.
Explain.
Yeah, they are.
Explain.
Hello?
They are. As a citizen yourself, what financial hits have you taken since Trump has become president?
The tariffs is hitting my business right now because the fruits and shit coming through Mexico and stuff. And you know another thing is the housing is going up already. The interest rate's going up. Yeah, we're gonna be feeling it. We are.
Okay.
We're gonna be feeling it. What the fuck? Wait, or what? Are you gonna be cooling this bad today? Do I have to come back up here and rub your bald head and try to make some common sense to you? Huh?
Well,
they're taking your corn. They're trying to take your corn. And like you said last time, your dangling got soft when you heard about that. So what the fuck? They trying to take your corn from you?
I'm still able to get adult content.
Yeah, because are you in a blue state? Because honey, if you're in a red state, they coming for that ass.
Let me ask that for folks in the audience. Have you noticed that if you live in a red state, have you noticed you've lost the access to adult material online? You know, like Cornhub that she's talking about.
Did, and guess what Texas just did? They took the ganja away, so they cannot smoke or the gummies. What the fuck? Are you stop?
I heard about the ganja thing. I don't smoke, but I've heard it.
The blue state.
Okay, gangster, you must got something going. Yeah, you got something. You going in and out. I'm gonna have to move it on. Your audio's going in and out.
I'm sorry. It's my son calling me. Okay. But I'll let you go because my son's calling me. But let me tell you something. I love my blue state because I can smoke. I can get my corn any fucking time I want. I can be a freaky leak. What? The Christian nationalists don't want you to get the freak on. Don't want your woody wood wet. You feel what I'm saying? They don't want you smoking. Be happy.
All right, gangster. All right. I feel you. I do feel that last part. Thanks for coming through. By the way, folks, tap the screen, get the likes on up. We'll go to the next caller. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 20,000. First time soliciting that. You know how the program is ran. We don't censor any damn body. Doesn't matter what your political opinion or affiliation is. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So understand you can be critical of anyone in the comment section, including having a bite moment there, up to and including the host. We are MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program as well. So tap the screen. By the way, if you enjoy uncensored dialogue from all sides of the aisle, congratulations, you're in the right place. I'd ask that you follow the program if you're viewing us currently on TikTok or Instagram. And if you're on YouTube, horizontal, YouTube, vertical, give your boy a sub. Give your boy a sub. In the comments, Will G says it's easy for white people to gauge blacks because of the minority status, but when it comes to white policing their own, it's a blur, or it's just per capita. You know, I'll point out something real quick. When that guy talked about, the clip I played you, the guy talking about 13% of the population, but they commit 50% or whatever large number percentage it was of the crimes. And Stevie D, appreciate that. Thank you for the love, Stevie. Thank you, Mr. Mo Better. Thank you for the sub. You know, the 13% of the population, but they commit 50% of the crime. Here's the problem with this, and you can toss this back at anybody. Those numbers are FBI stats. I'm not going to argue with the numbers because there's a hell of a lot of black on black crime in my area to the point where I'm not certain that the numbers are not true. But here's where you can push back. The same group talking about the FBI that gave the stats that blacks, 13% of the population, are committing so much damn crime, that same group is saying the biggest domestic threat to this country is white supremacy. So if you're going to quote the FBI, understand the FBI can be quoted. And I believe they took part in saying who won the 2020 election as well. So I do want to point that out for folks who feel liberated to use FBI stats. There's some stats in there you probably don't like as well. Tap the screen. Get me on up to 20,000. Give me on up to 20,000. We can certainly make that happen. I'll take the next caller. Looking in the comment section. Side note, you know MAGA won't leave Biden alone now with the cancer announcement. Republicans are calling for investigations. Yeah, and that's unfortunate because they're trying to undo anything that Biden has done under the guise, well, he didn't know who he was and he was out of his mind. I hope that, I mean, listen, at this point with the Supreme Court, with the right-leaning, basically, I want to say, the loyalty of Congress and the Supreme Court to a lesser level, it wouldn't surprise me if Trump, really nothing at this point Trump does surprise me. Now that they let him take the jet from Qatar and stuff like that, he's doing so much so fast that normally would have been so illegal. It does not surprise me. And if he somehow was able to convince the courts that Biden was out of his mind and therefore anything he did should be able to be negated, or a lot of what he did or things that Trump wanted to undo should be negated, it wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me because I think you can make a case that Biden was not mentally all there. But he's surrounded by other top-level Democrats that he put his trust in. And I don't think, and this is just my opinion, because I don't know if my opinion would actually have I don't necessarily believe it might go the way I think it should, but my opinion is Trump should not be able to undo the work of his predecessor. But he's likely to try that. Anything that maybe Biden has got through that he really don't like, and I'm not certain that if Trump makes the attempt, he won't succeed. I think at this point, the amount of support Trump has from the Supreme Court, Congress, and the Senate, it's hard to speculate on anything that he cannot do. I mean, I don't know where the limit is. You name something out of your wildest dreams that you think you might fear Trump is going to do, and I'm not for certain I can tell you that he can't do that. It's just the support is outrageous. I mean, he has a lot of support. So looking in the comments, by the way, keep tapping that Stevie D rightfully points out. Get your boy to 20,000. Real quick in the comments while my damn HDMI cord is fucking up again. Pro-choice is pro-life. Republicans make it seem like people will go straight to termination without a thought. Some will. Some will. I do believe some folks. Now, I do. Let me say this. Let me be clear about this. Terminating the life of the unborn is a stressful decision for most women. But are there some women who can do it without a second thought? Probably. Just like if you're in the military, taking a life of an enemy can be a traumatic experience. I mean, taking somebody's life can be very traumatic. But there are some people that can do it without a second thought. No matter how traumatic something is, there are some people who don't have a problem doing it. I mean, like right now, we're talking about the possibility of as many as 14,000 infants dying in Gaza for starvation. I got a lot of MAGA that are like, so fucking what? The idea of an infant starving to death, you would think would play to the heartstrings of any human being. But I got a lot of MAGA like, so what? You know, your dad was involved in October 7th, 2 years before you died. So you deserve to starve there. Now, I'm going to point out something, by the way. If you believe a child should be held accountable for what his dad did maybe before the child was born, but you don't believe anything that may have happened in this country to a minority group of people should be reflective on you before you were born, I do want you to kind of see how this plays on both sides. Anyway, are we at 20,000? Tap the screen. Get your boy up to 20,000 likes. I want to take the next caller. I cannot pronounce the name there. I see Turkey Lee. That's all I'll go with. It's interesting. The right always says the media tells lies and they shouldn't be trusted, but believes everything the media says about black people. I can only refer to that comment as a home run. That is true. That is true. I don't care if it's Fox News or MSNBC. If you say something negative about black people, that's good enough for the right. I go argue with that. You'll never hear the right say, I can't trust MSNBC about what they said about black people in the hood. It just, no, it won't happen. That's a great comment. Continuing on, though, then we should educate. I know what you mean by that one, presidential touch. Children are dying in Africa. Children are dying everywhere. Just like people are getting their land taken everywhere. You know, we're defending the white South Afrikaners under the guise that their land is being taken and things like that. One of the things I really wish any of the reporters in the room had have asked President Trump when he was talking about the white South Afrikaners losing their land. And by the way, before I continue on, did you know that some of the pictures he held up showing the atrocities that white South Afrikaners were going through was not even from South Africa? It was actually stuff out of the Congo. He was showing pictures. I mean, this is how, look, let me just say this, and I'll go to the, we got 20,000. Keep tapping the screen, but I'll say this. This is what I'm talking about when you get your media from wrong sources, which is something the right points out all the time about, you know, distrusting the media, and you can't rely on certain sources. You can't rely on MSNBC or CNN. Trump has posted shit from unreliable sources several times. We're talking about Haitian migrants eating dogs and cats, for instance. Later admitted that came from some unreliable shit. I posted a video several times on the channel about Trump retweeting that if you're a white victim of a homicide, there's like an 80% chance that a black person is the one that killed you. Completely false. And now he's talking about the plight of white South Afrikaners while holding up pictures from some other country. Trump is getting involved in far right media. I'm pretty certain of this. If you think I'm speculating, damn it, tell me in the comments. You can certainly criticize the host anytime you want before I go to the next caller. But I do believe that Trump, when he's up at 3 a.m. and all of this shit, and he's posting tweets and getting on Truth Social, a lot of that stuff that he reposts is coming from far right sources. And look, the far right, just like the far left, they have an agenda. And they're not trying to post accurate shit. They're trying to harm the other side. Them photos and all that stuff that Trump brought to the Oval Office, that's where that stuff came from. I bet you that's where that stuff came from. That you got pictures of the Congo, and I mean, nobody fact-checked this for you. Nobody at all. The guy who's the king of the phrase fake news is on national TV, something that's being seen, but not national, but global, because people around the world saw that. And you're holding up pictures from the wrong country. This is the guy that points out fake. In fact, while he was doing that, he was criticizing MSNBC, or he was criticizing the network NBC, not MSNBC, but he criticized the reporter in that room from NBC as being fake news. And here you are holding up pictures from the wrong damn country, trying to make a point and chastise the leader of South Africa. All you have to do is hand them damn photos off to JD Vance or something. Go check this out and make sure this is valid and bring it back to me before the interview. Just a little bit of fact checking. That's all you have to do. You could probably put that shit in Google Images because one of the photo from the Congo was a Reuters photo. Well-known network, well-known media source. Anyway, going back to the box, it's crazy that this guy is known for talking about fake news, and yet he's always putting it out. Going back to the box, though, think it's clear, man, it's fallible. However, it depends on whom you serve, God or the devil. Okay, yeah, man is fallible. We're not arguing with that. Going back to the box, though, we'll go to one of the subs. Mr. Walter, a good evening. Welcome to the program. We need an independent billionaire. Needs to start a news channel and just fact check both left and right. They have that. You can go to Snoop. The problem is if you have a fact-checking site, people start saying the fact-checking site is fake. People just don't want their source to be criticized. Mr. Walter, good evening.
Hey, Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing good. We may have a delay. It's showing.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's showing your signal's a little bit weak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, just let me know. I can drop if need be.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I thought it was very, very disrespectful the way Trump treated the. I don't know if he's president or prime minister of South Africa.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the title might be prime minister. I think the title might be prime minister.
Yeah. You saw the way he shoved the papers in his hand when they were having a discussion. And then you compare that to the way he treated the white South African golfers. Did you see that?
Yeah. What are you trying to say?
Very jovial, very,
What are you trying to say?
Very glad hand. Trump's a fucking racist is what I'm trying to say. I mean, there's nothing more to say, man. Oh my God. I mean, it's just awful. I don't know how else to put it. It's just awful.
What?
He's like the conspiracy theory believing uncle who has no time for logic and looking into things like you said. I mean, he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, to be on TV posting pictures from the Congo while you're chastising the prime minister. I mean, that's embarrassing. I mean, I know MAGA is going to say, look, anybody can make mistakes or whatever, but that one's easy to avoid. You can't go chastise somebody, another world leader. If one of us was, let's say an MSNBC reporter was to go out there and try to chastise Trump or JD Vance, and they were presenting, facts that were completely false, the right would go apeshit about that. I mean, Trump is literally presenting pictures from another damn country.
Tan suit, buddy. Tan suit. You know what I mean? This the shit that they would go crazy about compared to what this man can get away with is night and day. I mean, it's just we're in a whole new reality, really.
Yeah.
This guy can do whatever the fuck he wants, and his press secretary would just literally just lie. And there's not that all of those press secretaries don't try to massage the message or whatever, but this bitch, god damn, I mean, she just straight up is a lying, conniving, full on in the boat.
But I'm going to say, and I used to think Sarah Huckabee Sanders and Kellyanne Conway was doing that too. But at this point, with Biden and what was the black woman's name, Karine St. Pierre, whatever her name was, they were saying that Biden was sharp as a tack, Mr. Walters. So at this point, can you really point out that the spokespeople for Trump are lying when they were telling us Biden was the smartest man in the room and the most alert?
Look, I agree. There's probably some shenanigans, but
probably
I do believe that
probably.
I'm just saying. I mean, probably, likely, whatever the word is. But the point being is, I am sure that from the hours of 9 a.m. to let's say 9 p.m., you had a smart, cognizant person. After that time, I don't know. But he's an old man. I mean, clearly, I don't know what the deal is with this.
We're not blaming necessarily Biden. We're blaming the Democrats that were going on TV saying that Biden was, healthy and alert when they had private experiences with him and they knew that was not true. I mean, how can we say the right is blindly listening to Trump when you got all that evidence that the left was doing the same thing at this point?
I mean, there's a difference between willful ignorance and, trying to cover up for a man who is 90, let's say 80% on it, worked a long day, listened, read, had meetings, versus somebody who doesn't do any of those things.
You think Biden was only...
His daily briefings have gone to once a week.
You think Biden was only 20% diminished?
Yes. For the most part, yes. I'm sure there were hours and maybe certain better than, worse than others. But, I mean, he just go back and look at his speeches and so forth. Yeah, he's had a couple of really bad ones. Obviously, the debate was the worst. But, there wasn't really that much showing it.
Well, there wasn't that much showing it.
Speech impediment. He's old.
Wait a minute, there wasn't that much showing that Biden was in diminished capacity because there wasn't that much showing of Biden. They kept him off of TV. I mean, Trump has probably did 20 times more television appearances than Trump. And I'm saying 20 times, and that's probably being very conservative. Trump is on TV every damn day. Biden was on TV less than once a week.
Okay. Yes, that's true. But you could chalk that up to difference in style. You could talk that up to actually doing the work, research, talking to people, being on the phone. It doesn't necessarily equate 1-to-1 as far as like being on TV. Trump loves TV. That's his thing. Yeah, he loves to be out there talking his weave, his bullshit, and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, I'm not gonna argue whether he knows what he's talking about, but I will say this: Trump is not just on TV. In terms of executive orders, all of the shit he's involved in, from Harvard to DEI he actually is doing a lot. We may not agree with what he's doing, but that is a very, very active president. He ain't just on the golf course. I mean, he is involved in everything. LGBTQ issues. He's involved with he's over in the Middle East. He's dealing with Russia. He's dealing with Netanyahu and God. I mean, that guy's doing a whole lot.
Okay. Look, I don't disagree to an extent. However, have you seen his percentage of golf days to his non-golf days? Let me just zone in on one thing you mentioned, which was his executive orders. Have you seen the full coverage of when he is signing these things? He introduces people to say, all right, so what is this one? Tell us about this one. He doesn't even fucking know. He's just there to sign it. He's just signing it. He doesn't know.
I don't doubt that that's how most presidents work. I mean, even Obama probably had trusted associates that he would trust. If you think this is something we should do, you know, whether it's for the minority community or whether it's for people in Palestine, you give it to me tomorrow, I'll sign it. I don't think any president is excluded from doing that. I'm just simply saying Trump has done
the difference between. Go ahead, finish it.
No, I'm just saying that Trump has done a whole lot for 4 months. You just don't like what he's done, but that is a very active president.
Yes, and I believe that is entirely due to the people who are surrounding him, and I believe he has zero idea about most of what's happening. He's just, all right, we got the right people in, the yes men, the people, we're going to do what fucking Project 2025. I mean, that's literally what they're doing. So he doesn't give a shit. He's just like, all right, tell us about this one, I'll sign it. I don't disagree that the man has some, pep for his age, and he's doing a lot. But I know that he gets off on it. He's not doing it for the country. He's doing it for him. Well, he got a fucking jet. This is a celebrity being a celebrity.
Well, speaking of saying he's not necessarily doing it for the country, Papa Onaya Shelley in the comments says, I'm happy as fuck, by the way. I'm happy as fuck to see y'all crying daily over this stuff. So do you think maybe Trump is doing all this stuff for a tad bit of trolling? Owning the lib, so to speak?
Absolutely. I would say it's most of the reason. I mean, look at what they're doing. I mean, I would say it's most the reason. This whole thing is getting revenge. This is a revenge-focused person.
Yeah.
Everything Obama did, he tried to overturn. Everything Biden did, he's overturned. This is somebody who cannot accept that.
Yeah. Well, he's going to say. Yeah, but he's going to say he had a mandate. His folks voted him in because they thought both Obama and Biden were garbage as president. So he's going to say he had a mandate to do this. And by the way, in defense of Trump, it ain't like he's doing a whole lot that he didn't talk about before getting elected, and America elected him anyway.
Well, two things. One, he did not get a mandate. He won by a much lower percentage than Biden or Obama, especially Obama. So, and then the second point is mandate is bullshit. I don't give a fuck. If you're president of every American.
Right.
There's no mandate. You're supposed to come in and take care of America, not I'm going to do what's good for my people and fuck y'all, which is what he's doing.
That is Trump. I'm not going to argue with you on that. I said that he's going to say he had a mandate. No, I don't buy into the whole mandate notion either, because, like you said, whether it's Biden or whether it is Obama, Trump would have never said they had a mandate, and Obama won by quite a bit. Real quick before we continue, in the comments, Will G says, Trump probably did do some fact checking and it came back false, but does he really care is the question. Trump is just trying to please his racist base. Now we're talking about, and you sound like you agree with what Will G is saying is in the comments there, Mr. Watcher. But why would he go and post pictures of an atrocity taking place in a whole different country than where the prime minister is from?
Because he believes it. Somebody told him that. It's just like the guy with the Photoshop MS-13 on his fucking hand, the tattoo. The Bricio, Garcia guy. It's fucking not true. But somebody told him, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Remember how many times he went back to that reporter? How many times did he come back?
Go ahead.
How many times did he interrupt that reporter who wanted to move on to Ukraine, but he kept saying, no. You don't understand. He had it on his... I mean, the man is fucking demented. If he believes it, he's not going to let it go.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what this thing was. He doesn't give a shit. He fucking threw those papers in the South African prime minister's lap and turned his head away from him like, fuck you. Look at this. And played the fucking videos. I mean, he is a fucking asshole. And he's, unhinged. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
But you know, Mr. Walter, he is our asshole. He's the guy we elected. He's the guy we chose to run this country.
Yeah, okay. So start taking care of America. Start doing the shit that you said you were going to do instead of fucking around with all this terror bullshit and fucking the economy. I mean, who gives a shit about these, all these little small things that nobody really gives a shit about? DI, Harvard. I mean, it doesn't, it's going to be a detriment to America. That's what the problem is.
Well, the Harvard thing, I think, actually has a lot bigger of an overtone to it than you might be giving it credit for. Fact is, in addition to securing the border, there's no denying that Trump is trying to make life hard for immigrants, trying to make it hard for folks to come here and hard for folks that are here to stay. So any type of life for immigrants that are in this country, you see Trump is, everything from truckers got to speak English to now he's going on he's going on university campuses and getting rid of protesters. He's trying to come up with as many ways possible to make life hard for immigrants here so that they either get deported or they self-deport. So we can talk about how it looks going at the Harvard and violating free speech rights. But that really, I don't think that's the major issue. The major issue is just trying to get these people to leave.
The issue is all of those people are here legally with student visas.
And
they're saying, my point is that, yes, he's trying to strike fear into immigrants who are here. My point is that these people, especially the ones at Harvard, are going to be a blessing to this country, not a detriment to this country. So why the fuck would you, target them just because they defied you? Take it up in court then, if you have some, legal reason or whatever the fuck. He doesn't. He doesn't have any reason. It's just that I defied you. It's just like him going after Maine. It's just like him going after everybody else who defies him. And when he loses in court, which he will, then you won't ever hear about it again. And that'll be that, because he always backs down. If you push him and he loses, that's it. You won't ever hear about
he'll
it
probably attack the judge. He'll probably attack the judge though. So you'll probably hear that. I mean,
I'm sure, but I'm sure he will, and it doesn't really fucking matter either way. The man is a small, petty man who's not doing what's best for America, is my overall point of this. If you're looking out for Americans, then the people at Harvard University who are there, who are most likely going to enter the force America and create wealth, why the fuck would you do that? Other than just being a petty piece of shit. By the way, Biden was deporting more people than Trump is today. He is not coming up with these numbers. And this is why he's doing this shit, because his base, wants to see it, but the numbers don't show it.
Well, it's only been 4 months, Mr. Walter, so give it time. I know it feels like Trump has been in office for a year or two, but it's only been 4 months. I got to move it on, but don't be surprised if Trump's numbers double, triple, quadruple as the months go on. The aggression, because he's got to get through the courts are stopping him from doing a lot of shit that he would like to, and that would also improve his numbers. So give him time.
Last thing I would say is he going to be deporting, graduate students and women off the street, or is he going to be deporting criminals like he said he was?
Everybody. In my opinion, look, if you're an immigrant that came across the southern border from any of those, Colombia, Peru, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras, any of those countries now, I don't care if you were a PhD or you're a high school dropout, homeless on the street, nobody is safe. I just think he wants those people gone. It doesn't matter what their education is, what their criminal history is, what their finances are. He wants those people gone. That's my humble opinion. Mr. Walter, thank you.
I agree. All right, buddy. Good night.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. Get your boy up to 30,000. Tap the screen. Let your thumbs not be lazy. This is uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone on the program for their commentary, regardless of your political affiliation. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. We are MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 30,000. But yeah, now listen, I'm going to say something that might be a tad bit controversial, but when I say uncensored, damn it, I mean it. And you can criticize me in the comments on this any way you want, but I'm going to say it this way. There is a percentage. I don't know what number it is. I'm just saying a percentage. It could be anything from 1 to 100, but there's a percentage of Trump's base that do believe in replacement theory. Getting rid of immigrants that come from south of the border is the best way to tackle that. Is because those folks come in the country, they reproduce, they have their culture. If you believe in that theory, this is a source of literally millions of people that are coming to really affect that in a negative way. If you're trying to stop that theory from taking place, this is a spigot you need to turn off. This is a water fountain. You need all of them folks coming in. They're going to make the theory happen quicker. So, and I do believe that Trump or someone he is close to that is kind of, I don't want to say egging him on or advising him or whatever. There's somebody close to him that believes in that theory. That's why I said, I don't care if you got a PhD or you're a high school dropout, you have no money and you need welfare, or you're a millionaire. He wants those people gone. To me, the evidence is overwhelming. You're talking about Harvard. The folks that are in Harvard, they're not going to be welfare recipients, and they're getting kicked out. None of them folks are coming out of Harvard to be a welfare recipient. They're going to be taxpayers. A lot of them are going to be in the 1%. Cardiologists and work for law firms and shit. And he's kicking them out. So it doesn't matter what your status is, what your criminal history is, whether you got all kinds of felonies on your record or you don't even have so much as jaywalking. You gotta go in the eyes of Trump. That's my personal opinion, because it goes against the theory that I just gave you. Looking in the comments real quick, I've never seen so many gleeful pale faces since I've seen old pics of pale faces lynching blacks. Wow. So in other words, there's a whole lot of happy white people due to Trump's policies, is what Will is saying. Oh, yikes. Real quick before we continue, Infinity, thank you for the support. Steve Bannon's flood the zone theory works flawlessly. I could not agree with you more. It is flooding the zone, as Steve Bannon stated, is working phenomenally well. I agree with that. Says we talk about things they forget the next day. Info doesn't equal action. Just flooding the space doesn't mean he did some illusion. Fuck Donald Trump is what he concludes by saying. But yeah, Steve Bannon's flooding the zone is really good because, yeah, something controversial happens, and because so much other shit is coming down the pipe, I don't care how controversial it is, within a week, you're not even talking about it anymore. I'd say 20 days from now, you won't be talking about the Qatar jet anymore at all until it actually maybe is, photographed at one of the airports in America or something like that. And they'll probably put it in a hangar or something to get it out of sight while they're working on it. And that way, out of sight, out of mind. But yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that. Flooding the zone is working phenomenally well for Steve Bannon. And he's worth his weight in gold for President Trump. Continuing on, though. He said, how is it working well, says DJD. It's working well for the Trump administration. You can get a lot more through. You ever, before I go and tap the screen, get me on up to 35,000 on the likes. Tap the damn screen, get the likes up. For my male viewers that may be Gen X, you ever play, obviously you had the Nintendo system, the original 8-bit system. You ever play the game Contra? Remember you get your hands on the spray gun? Contra, the old military, it was patterned after Rambo or whatever. You get your hands on the spray gun, it's easier to hit the targets because rounds are flying everywhere. That's what Flood the Zone looks like. You got your hands on the spray gun. Yeah, some bullets are missing, but you're killing everybody on the program because you're covering the screen with ammunition. So that's what they have, is they literally have the equivalent of a spray gun. Will G says Infinity flooding the zone is just distraction to shove unpopular policies or straight lies down the throats of the American people. I think we're kind of saying the same thing, just in a different way. If you fire enough rounds, some things are going to get through. And that's what I think flooding the zone is about. Continuing on, more tax or money. What does that say there? People, 1, 2, 3, something like that. Then go back to the box. Tap the screen, get your guy up to 5,000 on the likes. The one and only MAGA Reacts, one of my subs. Good evening, MAGA Reacts. I want to play something. Now, you just tuned in, MAGA Reacts. I want to play something for you because we were talking about a different subject earlier. And I want to get your opinion on it. We were talking about black fatigue earlier. I had a couple YouTubers. Well, not YouTubers.
I saw them earlier.
Yeah. What do you think
I
about
live
that?
in Miami, man. I'm exposed to everybody, and I don't have fatigue with anybody. So I don't know what I would comment to any of that.
So why do you think so many folks are suggesting they have black fatigue?
I have no idea. Like I said, I've never really experienced it. I have friends of all kinds. Hell, I probably have more black friends than most. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, now you said you saw it. Obviously, everybody else didn't. I'll just play the first guy because when you say that you don't know, I want you to hear what he had to say again.
Black privilege is getting worse by the year. And by worse, I mean they're getting more bold with their schemes and their actions. I do find it pretty funny, though, when you have those interviewers on the street, they go up to a bunch of black people, they're like, you got 100 fish, and 13 of the fish cause half of the problems. What do you do with those 13 fish? Almost every time the black people say get rid of the fish. Black people, you're lucky we don't have the same mentality of you. Otherwise, y'all be gone.
Now, first of all, I wanted to ask you from the standpoint of, he started out by talking about black privilege. Do you believe that is a real thing?
No, but there's privileged black politicians who are getting annoying. So that's the only thing I'll give him. Black people in general are great, are awesome. I love them. But some of the black politicians are just horrendous. So that's the only
What do
thing
you
I
mean
can
by
maybe
horrendous? Give me an example of a black politician that is quote unquote horrendous.
That one lady with the crazy hair. Oh, I forgot her name. I don't know. I'm bad with names. Give me a second.
What has she done? What has she said to make you
The
say
one that
that?
called for violence one day and then condemns Trump talking about violence the next day.
Ilhan Omar, Jasmine Crockett. What is the California?
I don't consider Omar black. She's Arab more than anything.
Okay, the one out of California, the representative out of California, the older woman. She's also black. What is her name? Somebody let me know. Maxine Waters.
Yes, her.
Okay. So
yeah, like people like her drive me nuts. And the other guy, the Kingmaker from South Carolina that got Biden through the primaries. That alone just is the reason I don't like him, for getting Biden through the primaries in 2020. He screwed over the Democratic Party in ways that we're going to see soon how bad it will be.
Yeah, but how do you feel about Marjorie Taylor Greene showing pictures of Biden's son's penis on the House floor where kids, can watch it on TV?
I mean, that's fucked up, but that guy we're finding out now is basically running the country. He was helping run the country.
That ain't got nothing to do with showing his dick, though, MAGA Reacts, even if what you're saying is true.
It's showing how depraved he is, that he's smoking crack and taking pictures like that. And
you can blur it out. People wouldn't know what it means. I mean, like, if you want to say the N-word, you can blur it. You don't have to actually say the word to get the point across. You don't have to actually show his penis, do you?
I agree with you. I agree with you. She should have blurred it out. She should have censored it.
I mean, not to mention when the balloon.
Not like I like her. She's dumb as fuck.
Okay, so I'm just
like about her. She's anti-war. Other than that, she's screwing MAGA over more than some people on the left by being so dumb.
All right, fair enough. I just wanted to point out, because you say that Democrat politicians are getting annoying and ridiculous. I do want to make sure you understand there are counterpoints on the right. Bobart is another one. Okay, all right, fair enough. So
but we just finished 4 years of you guys being in charge, and before that we had 3 years of BLM. So you know, we've only been annoying for 4 months. You know, we've only been in charge for 4 months.
Are you serious? The whole time Trump saying Obama was born in Kenya and all of that shit. Trump was the most active president in the offseason ever, because he didn't lose in 2020 and go surfing like Obama or painting shit like Bush. He was completely involved in politics, trolling everybody. The whole 4 years Biden was in office.
He was pretty quiet in 2021.
No.
It was only when they started searching his home and going after him before the midterms is when he really got turned up. That first year and a half, he was pretty quiet. Maybe he spoke out around Afghanistan. Maybe he spoke around when they raided his home. But really got turned up when they raided his home right before the midterms.
I gotta disagree with you on that. Now, obviously, he was quiet in the beginning of 2021 until McCarthy went down there and kissed the ring and let him know that even though he had perpetrated an insurrection, he was still in good with the Republican Party. Once McCarthy went down there, he bounced right back. So he was active as hell. And his home being raided wasn't the only. He was constantly trolling Biden, saying that Biden was responsible. He blames the left for everything from the assassination attempts to his criminal cases.
So whatever he was doing compared to normal Trump, it was nothing. He was on break. That was nothing compared to regular Trump.
Well, it's a whole lot compared to Bush, Carter, Obama, and the rest of them. It's a whole lot.
That's true. But again, the rules have changed since Trump. Like, we can't compare him to anything that come before him, to be honest with you.
I would submit.
We can't even compare to Trump before 2016.
I would submit this to you. Even though you're right, the rules have changed. You're not going to like those rules when a Democrat is doing that stuff. You would not want a Democrat that just left office to be still trolling the president, saying he's not a legitimate citizen and all this other shit. Sending pictures of himself out, trolling everybody from the Pope on down. It's great when it's your side doing it, but if the other side starts doing
some of this was before he was. Some of the stuff with Obama was before he was president. So
to me, the line is blurred, man. Since Trump became a politician, he's been constantly trolling. Whether he was president in 2016 or 2020, whether he was running for president, he's been doing it to some level or another for the last 10 solid years. Since he came down the escalator in 2025 or 2015 rather, he's been trolling people ever since then.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. No. It's just it's a new world.
And people wonder with him doing that, and you're admitting he's been doing that for almost a decade. People wonder where Trump derangement syndrome and why so many people dislike him. He's been doing that for almost a solid decade continuously.
So we understand where it comes from. It's just when it's like completely unfair is when we call it bullshit. We don't even care that you attack him. Is when you try to gaslight us is where we have a problem. You know how everybody's claiming the right fluffs or you fluff the right?
Yeah.
You gaslight, the left gaslights. That's all they do. Like the last election when Harris lost, we were all relieved that the gaslighting didn't work. And for a little bit, they kind of stopped. But
give me an example of left-wing gaslighting. Give me one.
Well, a second ago, January 6th is an insurrection. It was a fucking protest. It was a riot at worst. It was not an insurrection.
Let me say this.
Biden, his cognitive fucking functionality, saying, that he was fine and everything was good and he was in charge. He was not fine. What else? Now that he's got cancer, they're saying, he just found out. No way he just found out about that fucking cancer.
Why didn't I see the comments? Pablo Anaya Shelley says 3 years, 8 months left. This is fun. And he's trolling as well. When you say it wasn't an insurrection, it was right. Why do you say why are you so certain it was not an insurrection?
Because nobody was trying to take over. Nobody was trying to hold the building for fucking a week until the government changed over. Nobody was trying to. They were trying to be heard more than anything, but other than trying to be heard, they fucking got heard and left.
Is there a certain
no less than any BLM riot, and there were many the 3 years before, and none of them got called an insurrection.
Is there a certain time period? Because you said they came and took and left. They didn't hold it for weeks. Is there a certain time period you got to hold it before it officially becomes an insurrection?
I mean, you got to try to hold it. They were trying to hold it. They were trying to be heard. They were trying to get in there to be heard, like many before them. And people till today still try to sneak in there, and while somebody's talking, will start making noise so they're heard.
Well, you know you and I disagree on the
protest.
You and I disagree on the notion that they were trying to be heard, because I told you last time we talked, you're not going to smash your way into a building and then expect the people inside the building to sit down and have a conversation with you. You're going to send people scattering and running. If you want to be heard, this is the last way that's going to happen. When you enter a facility that way, either people are going to respond to you with violence, a la Ashley Babbitt, or they're going to run like Mike Pence did. Ain't nobody going to sit out and talk to you or have a conversation with you doing that.
Again, it's not about having a conversation. You just want to be heard, and you're right. And after they did it, they realized it was stupid that, that the media took it and, we just copied the example of BLM doing it for 3 years, and when we tried to do it, it didn't work out. We learned our lessons. We're probably never going to do it again because we see how it could be weaponized against you. And, I mean, I'm seeing now that they're pardoned, the fucking January 6 people are starting to speak out and tell their stories. A lot of them had permits to speak, and, they just showed up and they spoke, and because they got a misdemeanor, they only got charged with a misdemeanor, their house gets raided by SWAT. How many times have you heard of SWAT raiding a house for a misdemeanor? Especially someone with no record of violence or anything, someone that just walked in, made a speech, and walked out.
I don't know. Sound like they treated them like immigrants. Sound like they treated them like immigrants to me. Look at they didn't end up in El Salvador. People getting treated like shit these days, MAGA. I mean, it is what it is.
That's just immigration. Immigration's always been like that.
No.
It's nothing new. No. I could show you.
You ain't never heard of immigration sending you to a country where they got a prison waiting on you and you haven't committed any felony.
But as far as raids, as far as like SWAT raids and ICE raids, those have been happening since I've been alive,
Yeah. Well, let me just say this in regards to the insurrection thing. If that was not an insurrection, how do we refer to the immigrants coming in this country as an invasion? I mean, they're not coming with weapons. They're not coming here and shooting and taking people's lives. I mean, why do we suggest that what's coming across the southern border is an invasion? Have you ever known an invasion that's like that? You talked about people with immigration. Have you ever known somebody getting their house raided for a misdemeanor? Have you ever known immigrants crossing the border, dragging kids and swimming across rivers with backpacks on their backs as an invasion? Have you ever heard that classified that way?
Look, I'll give you that one. You're right. I don't want to call it an invasion. I mean, it's like even when I agreed with it, it's like a borderline invasion. It's not like a real invasion.
How is it even borderline?
Well, you got a massive amount of people invading your fucking border without permission. Like, they're crossing the border without permission.
Well, crossing the border without permission is something we do in America every damn day, and it's not an invasion. I mean, we do that to other countries. We don't call it an invasion. I mean, it's illegal entry. You're entering the country illegally. That's all it is. It ain't no invasion. I mean,
like you're trying to invade it.
What?
What do invaders do when they enter a country illegally? They're not.
They usually take over the damn country.
And that amount of, if you let that many people in, they're gonna take over. I don't care,
No.
If you keep letting people in at that rate, they'll eventually take over.
You know how many areas?
Again, I hate when you do this to me. This is like irrelevant to what we're talking about, and you get me down this fucking black hole. Like, no.
Because you say this crazy shit, but you know how many?
You asked me to explain shit that I didn't even bring up. I didn't bring up invaders. I don't call them that. That's something Trump said. I don't always support everything Trump says, but I try to explain his point of view or what I think he thinks, but it's not reflective of how I feel.
Okay, why did you come up?
I do understand it, but it's not how I feel.
Okay, and Will G, I'll look for those clips. Thank you. Will G said you sent me clips on Instagram. I haven't seen them. I'll check it out. But why? What brought you up? What did I get wrong? We'll just go with that. What brought you up?
A lot of things. Basically, the gaslighting from the last guy, saying, "Look at Trump, how he's asking these people to explain the executive order." That's the fucking showmanship thing. That's just like an excuse to talk about what the executive order is about. You have someone who's like, "All right, explain to me or the people what this is, so I could, it's a showmanship thing. It's not like he actually forgot." The only exception is like maybe when he was signing 30 of them, he didn't know which one is which. But overall, that's the way. It's just like an old trick to explain what your signing is. It's not like anything special.
Okay. I asked earlier in the program also. I played the clip where they're suggesting that 14,000 babies could lose their lives due to starvation because Israel's holding up food in Gaza for babies. And I asked the question, which one would be more important for American involvement? Dealing with the white South Afrikaners that are claiming they're losing their land and are being mistreated, or babies that are being starved? Why are we treating one with respect and urgency and completely ignoring the other one?
I'm with you on that one. I'm not for what they're doing. Like, I was giving Israel a lot of leeway, but they've gone too far. They need to start feeding those people and taking care of those people. And what the fuck are they even bombing anymore?
Rubble.
Like,
it's exactly what they're saying. It's exactly what they're saying.
It is that guy did the other day didn't help his cause either. That guy that killed the 2 Jewish people in D.C.
Yeah, but that ain't got shit. That ain't got
Palestinians, but shit like that.
Hold on. What the guy did in Washington D.C., taking out that couple that was engaged. Wrong as the days are long, but neither one of them are in the Middle East. They have nothing to do. He is trying to avenge a conflict that he is not involved in. Neither one of them have anything to do with that at all. So, and I'm not going to say that what that guy did should have us have a different view of the Palestinians that are, thousands of miles away, because he ain't got nothing to do with them. But I'm asking that question.
Yeah. I'm with you, but it also changed the news. And you should have been talking about people starving in Palestine. Instead, the second it started to become a news thing, that guy changed the news to those 2 Israelis dying.
No. What so I'm going to tell you,
the Palestinians?
No, I disagree with you 100%. I've been talking to MAGA about this stuff for quite a while. MAGA don't give a damn about starving Palestinians. It would be no different than a starving child in Honduras. They don't care about these people, MAGA. They don't care. They look at October 7th as if it is the gateway to infinite atrocities against these people. What happened these kids weren't even born on October 7th. And they're like, well, October 7th is what brought it on them.
Listen, being Egyptian, being in Miami, I have a lot of friends, a lot of Israeli friends, a lot of Jewish friends, a lot of Palestinian friends, Jordanian friends. These people are practically family in both sides. So I'm not the regular MAGA,
Right. Why do you think Trump is giving the South Afrikaners priority over? Obviously he knows about the starvation happening.
Talk about that. It's only 50 people. Like, when it's 50,000 or even 5,000, we could start talking about that.
Wait. I get the low numbers, but he's doing nothing for the people in Gaza. So he is giving the white South Afrikaners priority.
He's trying to end the Gaza conflict.
How? He's talking about taking over Gaza and owning it. How is he trying to end it? He's talking about literally making them homeless.
Look, you keep talking about all the bad things. Every time
give me something good.
Or Dencal or Michael mentions anything bad he could do, you're like, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, every time I ask or I mention something good he could do, you're like, how?
Because I want to get your answer. Give me something good he's doing for the people in Gaza.
I don't know. Right now, he's making friends with the Israeli and the Qatar and the Saudis. He's making friends with everyone down there, and I'm sure if Qatar is giving him an airplane, he's gonna do something for the Palestinians because that's what they care about. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know yet. We'll find out. Ask me that in like 2 months or 3 months.
So based on what you said, if what you're saying is true, then that means that jet was not given to him without strings attached. Because according to you,
yeah, same with the money in his campaign to help the Jewish people. Like, it's what people do. They give they give both sides money and ask for favors or ask for, I don't know. That's just how the fucking world turns. Why are you asking me to explain it?
You're not making them look good. All right, MAGA, I do got to move it on, but you
hold on. One last thing. Like, I got to ask you a question. I think I asked you this in a message. I don't know if you read it.
Sure.
If racists cured cancer and you had cancer, would you take the cure?
Absolutely. I don't have to see that racist ever again.
Why did you sound so like shocked when I said if Trump cured all the world's problems, you know, a good economy, world peace, all that shit, and he's found out to be racist? Why were you shocked that I said I would be okay with him being racist? If you take a cancer cure from a racist, why would I not be cool with
Wait. Repeat that. Yeah. Repeat that again. You threw me off there. Say that again.
The other day, you asked me if Trump fixed all these things. He fixed the economy, fixed all the wars in the world, gave us world peace. He fixed everything, gave us everything, a president, strong border, everything's good. And we find out he was racist, but I would be okay with it. And I said, yeah. I mean, if he fixed, you know, world peace alone will save like 1 million lives. You know, 1 million people.
Well, here's okay. I understand now. Here's the reason why I think your analogies are different. If you help me out as a regular doctor or somebody like that, and you're racist, as a doctor, I don't want you cure me. I no longer ever have to see you again. If you do it as president, once you world peace and all this other stuff you're talking about, there's likely to be racist policies coming down the line that I can't avoid. A doctor is not in a position of power that can affect my life through legislation, policies, and laws. The president is.
No, you asked me. You didn't say anything about.
No, I'm giving you your example you just stated. You asked me if a regular person would help cure me some kind of way, would I take the cure? I'm saying yes, because once they cure me, I don't have to be dealing with them anymore.
If Trump cured cancer and you had cancer and he was racist and there was no racist policies, he was just racist, which is all you asked me, that he was secretly racist. He didn't say anything about no racist policies. Would you take that cure from Trump?
I didn't say anything about racist policies because I thought that would be a given. If I'm the leader of the free world and I'm a racist, you trying to tell me you don't think I'm gonna do stuff that is racist from the power I have? Nothing's gonna come from that.
Not necessarily. There's a lot of people who are racist that don't do racist things.
They're not the leader of the free world, MAGA. They're not the leader of the free world.
The free world, like, you have to tell me that. I don't assume shit like that. Okay. I'm not you. I do not assume shit like that. If you would have said that, I would have at least paused and weighed the balance of things. And it depends on what you consider racist. Like, you have to tell me what he's going to do that's racist. You can't just be like, oh, he's going to do racist things.
Let me ask it to you this way. Let me ask it to you this way. Let me ask it to you this way. Let's say, for instance, you and your spouse just had a young lad, a young child, and you were looking for a daycare center, and the best daycare center in town was where you were targeting, but you found out the director of that daycare center was a black racist, and obviously you're not black. Would you take your child there, even though that was one of the best daycare centers in town? Would you ignore the fact that they have been known to be racist? Or would you assume, that your child could possibly be a victim if you put him in that daycare center?
Well, that's the real question. Is it going to affect my child? If my child's
would you take the risk?
And he's going to have the best daycare ever, I'd be like, yes, go ahead. But if my child's going to get hurt in a way, then no.
You do realize racists are not going to tell you they're about to do something to hurt you until it's actually happening, right?
I mean, there's a lot of racists that don't hurt anybody. They're just fucking racist. Okay. I mean,
but they're not the leader of the free world.
Specific. You can't just tell me racist.
I'm just going to tell you this straight out. I'm not anybody that's in a position of power, certainly at the presidential level, to expect that person, even though they're a racist, to rule from a standpoint of equality is crazy. If they have that much power, it's going to be in their way of ruling in some form or another. They're just not going to, they're not going to see everything the same. Maybe their entire administration will be white. Maybe all the judges they appoint will be white. Or black or whatever their race is against. But you're going to see it. The idea that they're going to be racist and they're not going to do anything, that's crazy.
This is where we see things like completely different. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think race has to do with everything. Race only has to do with certain things. But I don't think it has to do with a lot of shit, especially when it comes to running the country and the economy and shit like that. Race has very little to do with it. It's about America and fixing America. You know, race is more like local. Big shit like America, I doubt race really does that much. Like, you know, so you got to be more specific. Like, you know, that's the difference between the left and the right. You guys think it's all about race. Everything he does has to do with race somehow. I have to actually see that has to do with race.
What does it even mean to be racist to you? Do you even know what that means?
Everyone's racist in their own way.
Like, that ain't what I asked you.
The way you guys have
that ain't what I asked you.
Everyone's racist.
What is your definition of being racist?
To not like someone because of their race.
Okay.
And that has to do with a lot of factors, including personal experience, includes a lot of shit. I mean, I remember 8 years old, I had a Muslim guy, a Muslim kid, must have been like a year or two older than me, but he was really big. He fucking smashed my head into a fucking pole. His only question is like, are you Christian? I was like, yeah. And he smashed my fucking head into a pole because he was Muslim. And I was 8. So that guy's obviously racist.
He obviously didn't like your religion.
I told you that story.
I never heard it, but I gotta move it on.
Does race have to do with everything? No, especially when it comes to running the country. It doesn't always have to do with race.
Fair enough. I gotta move it on. Thanks for coming through.
Take care.
All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up. We're talking about the 4-month review of President Trump. Real quick in the comments. Meanwhile, Biden has been a liar and racist as long as he has been in office. I don't know. What did Alicia Ramsey? Thanks for the comment. What did Biden do that indicate he was racist while president? I get the whole crime bill from the 90s, 31 years ago this year. I get all of that from 94 crime bill. But what has Biden done in recent times to indicate he was racist while in office? I'd like to know, because I'm working on a video of the two gentlemen, and I can tell you most of the stuff that Biden has done versus the stuff that people say Trump has done. Trump stuff is a lot more recent. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, Biden is not out of the water for this stuff, because we talk about the Biden crime bill, but Trump stuff is way more recent. I mean, way more recent. In fact, I got the list right here for what I'm working on. And I mean, this is the Trump page, and it's like, I don't know, 10, 15 things that I'm going to do videos on. And that stuff is less than a decade old. Anyway, looking in the comments, Tim, you sound so dumb, says Samuel Smith. Thank you for the input, Sam. But I always tell folks, you can be critical of the host, but add something to your commentary. Just saying somebody sounds dumb, in essence, is kind of dumb when you got a whole paragraph to actually put some meat on the bone. Look, if I'm saying something that sounds dumb or stupid as fuck, actually type it in there. Maybe I can concede a point to you. Maybe you might be right about something, but just simply saying you sound dumb, it just doesn't move the narrative at all. In fact, it sounds dumb in itself. Before I continue on, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 45,000, if you will, and we'll move on. Someone in the comments, Sean Herbert says, react, stop fluffing and gaslighting, says Sean Herbert. And Papa Onaya Shelley says Sean Duffy is getting foreigners out of trucking. Yeah, my guess is that Trump, like I said, I strongly believe Trump is not a big fan of immigrants crossing the southern border. And it really don't matter how you came here. It doesn't matter if you're legal. It doesn't matter if you're criminal. Doesn't matter if you're educated, poor, wealthy. I mean, if he can get rid of you, he's going to get rid of you. And I stated earlier in the live that I do believe someone close to Trump, if not Trump himself, supports the theory of not racism, the what do they call it? Replacement theory. I do believe that there's people in Trump's inner circle, probably Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon probably supports that, believes in that. And if you get rid of probably the biggest threat to upsetting that theory is all these folks coming across the southern border. If you can turn that off, you can slow down the replacement significantly. I mean, you're talking about tens, hundreds of thousands of folks coming across every year. You can turn that off. You can reverse the replacement that's happening. But I do believe Trump either subscribes to that or is acting on behalf of close friends, associates, and advisors that do. And I'm going to speculate a little further before and by the way, tap the screen, get me up to 50,000. We could do that if you guys tap the screen. Give about a minute to tap it. Take the next caller at 50. Tap the screen, get the likes up. I'll just say that when you got Trump literally selling assets, if you are a wealthy individual, a la Elon Musk, for instance, or someone, not even it ain't even got to be at Elon Musk level. You could just have a few billion or even less. But if you subscribe to the theory I just talked about, and you want Trump to do something, he has given you a direct line to him. Purchase his cryptocurrency, and you can sit down and have dinner with him. And you can present backdoor ideas to get the job done without being so obvious about it. He can reject them. He don't have to listen to what you're saying. But if you purchase enough crypto, you get an actual moment to sit down and talk to him and promote that stuff. And if you got more money in addition to what you paid to purchase his crypto to have dinner with him, who knows? He might listen. As he stated, I'm not going to be dumb and turn down something that's worth money. He said that. He actually said that in regards to the Qatar jet. So if you could put enough money behind, funding Trump and you believe in the whole replacement theory thing, I believe you could probably make some legislation happen. You can do this on the liberal side as well. I'm not going to pretend like Trump is the only one that is, likely to fall victim to high dollar donations. If you put enough money behind Biden or Obama or Clinton, I believe you can make shit happen no matter which one it is. But maybe the morals of it, maybe, some things they won't do, but I do believe in Trump's case, somebody near him believes in that theory. Or as some people might say, my heart goes out to you. Tap the screen. Give me up to 50,000 before we go to the next caller. Gas is down. Groceries are down, says Samuel Smith. I'm seeing it, but I'm not seeing it. I saw the price of gas go into the high twos. Now it's back up at threes. It isn't down reliably, and it damn sure is not down to $1.98 a gallon in multiple states like Trump said. I think the price of groceries and fuel, I don't think it's necessarily a matter that they're down. I think it's more a matter of now that Trump is in office, the price of this stuff is not as relevant. Just like when Trump took office, the price of eggs, at least for the right, was not a big issue anymore when it was when Biden was in office. I don't think the price of fuel has dropped so significantly that you should be jumping up and down for Trump where the price of groceries is that cheap. I think it's just a simple fact that it's Trump in office now. And because he is the guy we want, well, we can kind of work with the prices all of a sudden. Because remember, he's the guy talking about you need to be prepared for short-term pain for long-term gain. He went from I'm going to fix the economy right away to you should be prepared for short-term pain. And all of a sudden it was okay. So I don't think it's necessarily the prices are down. I think it's just the simple fact that we got the guy we want in office. Here we go, Tim, thinking again. Oh boy, it says Draco. I got to, Draco. You keep me on my toes. I got to be thinking. Are we at 50,000? Let me take the next caller. Where is Delaware home located? What are you talking about? You talking about Biden living in Delaware? What's the point? Google it, fuck boys. You leftists could never govern. I don't know where you're going with that, Sam. It's 329 here, definitely not down, says Zachary Smith. Yeah, the price of fuel is not down anywhere near enough for Trump to be jumping up and down and celebrating. It's just not. I think that, as I say all the time, one of the benefits, one of the good things about President Trump, at least among his supporters, is he don't really actually have to do what he's telling you. Him telling you is good enough. If he tells you we found, $500 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse, for his supporters, he found $500 billion. You don't actually ask for receipts or proof. For instance, him saying that gas is $1.98 a gallon in multiple states. I haven't heard the right, Fox News, or any of them being critical of. That is not true. That is flat out false. But for the right, he exaggerates a little bit. I mean, it just went in one ear and out the other. And now you got folks out there saying, well, the price of gas is down. No, that's just not true. He went on television and said something that's patently false. And then it became, well, he wasn't talking about per gallon. It was somebody, what was DJ Julio said it was talking about kilowatt hour, or now he's talking about the distribution cost or some of this other wild shit that nobody describes the price of fuel in distribution costs. No president or politician would get on television and talk about the price of fuel to the average American in distribution costs, a number that nobody is dealing with. He said $1.98 a gallon. Alter Ego, don't want to read my comments. We see you there, Alter. We see you. Friend of the program, by the way. We go back to the box. I think we're at 50 now. Going back to Dasa. Good evening. Welcome to the program, DASA. And Dencal, thank you for the support. Mr. Good. Shit, just dropped it. Dasa, good evening.
What's up with you, Big Tim?
Not much at all. I'm in the trenches as usual. Getting my ass kicked. You know how we do over here. But asking a question. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm saying they always in your ass, especially Gangsta Grandma.
Gangsta Grandma she don't take it easy on me at all. And she's loved. My worst insultant, for lack of a better term, my worst insultant comes from the left. She couldn't.
I mean, a lot of people know your work, and I give you the benefit of the doubt. But devil's advocate comes with a little butt kicking.
Yeah, it comes with a lot from her. I'd be afraid to see her in real life. I might get hit. She goes in hard, man. She goes in hard. So 4 months in, President Trump, 4 months in. How you liking it so far?
I already told you, MAGA went my rabbit, and they're happy now that he's in office, because now they don't have to hide them being rabbit. They can be open now, Like that movie 28 Days Later. You ever seen that movie?
You talking about the virus?
Well, it wasn't a virus.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pump rage into them. That's why I say MAGA women. They were pumped with rage right now. White people are pumped with rage, replacement theory, black fatigue. They're pumped with rage. Their algorithm, their media, everything about their existence right now is just being pumped by rage. They don't like immigrants. They don't like anything right now. They don't like anything about America. That's why they want to make it great again.
No, but they say the same thing about the liberals, that the liberals hate America. They say the same thing on this side.
Well, I mean, we don't wear it on our hat. They literally have it on their hats. Make America great again. There's so much victims that they put it on their head.
Are you telling me that MAGA, of all people, have victim mentality?
I mean, when you don't like anything about America and you need to make it great again, and then you put it on a big ass red hat, I mean, victim. I mean, you screaming victim. What do you call it?
Oh my God! And I see in the comments, Alter Ego says Angel Reese fatigue. What the hell? Leave Reese out of this. Even though I'm a Caitlin Clark fan, but leave Reese out of this. But so you see MAGA as hating America. What about just the notion that they believe they could do things to fundamentally improve this country? And they just want to make it a better place for us all to live.
I mean, even if you do it on a minute stage and make sure that your working society is healthy, have a living wage, and make sure they come to work, mental health care, to make sure that your fucking society just works. Like, even if they just want to drone us out, make sure we healthy and we have everything so we can come to work and make your billions of dollars. But they don't even want that. Well, they want to charge us for having babies. Like,
I gotta push back and say, I think they do want to make sure you're healthy and come to work. They just believe they're doing it from a different standpoint, as opposed to giving you free health care or Medicare or Medicaid or something like that, which us on the left would believe that would keep people healthy so they could go to work. They believe that if I don't give you shit, it will inspire you to get up off your lazy ass and go to work. So they just have a different way of viewing it. They believe that you don't give, and by giving people nothing, they'll become incentivized out of literally having nothing. They don't make them want to go to work.
Yeah, that makes no fucking sense. But I get what you're saying. That don't make no fucking sense. Where you just have unhealthy ass people walking in your factories, people dying on the job, and like, hey, let's just replace them. I mean, again,
but I got to give a credit to Cedric Heine in the comments said, and that's facts. So somebody actually did agree with me. One of my MAGA viewers does agree.
Yeah, that makes sense. He's a MAGA. He's rabid. I'm telling you, they pump them with this. And they try to feed it into society. And again, their kids are the same way. And sadly, that's why we have a big portion of America that just doesn't even vote.
Now, when you say rabbit, you're not talking about a cute little bunny. You're talking about an animal with rabies.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Like I said, that movie 28 Days Later, that's MAGA. They pump them with rage. I've never seen a society where, even if you are this discriminatory towards everything, I've never seen everybody being just so open. I don't like immigrants. I don't like liberal cities. I don't like black people. I don't like Mexicans. I don't like this. And then when Russians and Ukrainians and South Africans come over here, now all of a sudden, like, leave those people alone. They need a safe place to come over here, because people forget that Russians and Ukrainians, since the war, they've been flooding America, but we haven't heard about it, have we?
Well, I will say this, though. Trump is changing his tune. I believe it was due to the Pope's funeral when he sat down with Zelensky. He's starting to become a slightly more pro-Ukrainian and anti-Russian now. So, because at first, you had Tucker Carlson going over there talking about how great it is in Russia and all of that. Now that Trump is starting to make threats to Russia and indicate a more friendlier stance to Ukraine, guess what MAGA is doing? Same thing. MAGA was talking about how the Ukrainians were, skimming the money off the top and buying their wives Bugattis and all of this shit. And Russia was, just a victim of Ukraine trying to become a member of NATO. Now that Trump is starting to be a little bit more anti-Russian and pro-Ukrainian, MAGA is suddenly changing their stance right along with him. So, I don't know where our stance is on Russia anymore, but it seems to be disintegrating.
Yeah, rabid. You don't know if they're going to bite you or not. You know how, like, some rabid dogs, you can feed them. They come into your yard and
that might be a bit insulting to MAGA to refer to them as rabid dogs, right?
What do you call it when at the whim of a dime, a drop of a dime, they'll change on you. They'll switch on you, bite you. Like, I've been feeding your ass all year. Now you're going to bite me? Like, they're rabid, man. I'm telling you. It's just like you show the video of the guy.
That's even worse. I think that's even worse than referring to MAGA as a cult. Rabid. That's God.
I don't think they're like cult would be like Jim Jones, where people will actually drink the Kool. I don't think MAGA's that into it where they're like, I'll drink that. No, but rabid, yes. When you're pumped with rage, you will go around biting people, snapping at people for no reason. But it's just like the guy said, the old statistic, which I remember, I was born in 1981.
Okay.
And that damn statistic that they talking about 13%, like, we was 13% in 85. That statistic that they're talking about is from like 2001, and it's arrest. It doesn't say commits. It doesn't say charged. It doesn't say convicted. They don't add exoneration.
Yeah.
So like the crime violence of black men in America, yes, 23% after you do the math, but that's and they say 13%, like all of us are committed, like the grandmamas, the babies, the whole 13% are committing all these crimes. But we don't ever talk about like child violence, rape against kids, unalive entire families.
Did you hear the guy who made the counterpoint to? Because he actually did. Did you hear? Because I played both of them. But did you hear the guy who offered a counterpoint to the notion that 13% of the population commit most crimes? Did you hear the follow up to that?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. That's why I say he left out a bunch of things that
You're right.
people forget. Like the violence, all violent offenses against kids are done by white men. Rape against kids, leaded by white men, over 67%. Unalive entire families, robberies, BOMBs, meth labs. Like we can go on the list that white teen men, the 31%, as they like saying, 31% of white teen men committing all these violent crimes against kids. So again, we can use raw data and figure out real statistics, or you can just be like your parents from the 70s and just repeat things like Trump does. Somebody hands his ass a paper, he just pulls it up like he was doing with the South Africa.
That's insane. One of the things I do bring up though when folks talk about the fact that or the belief, fact or belief, whatever it is, I can't speak on it, but the notion that 13% of the population commits the most crimes. I also bring up that the overwhelming majority of folks that are exonerated, as you mentioned, are blacks as well. I mean, anytime you hear somebody who don't serve 20, 30 years in prison for a crime they didn't commit, bad evidence, bad lawyering, a corrupt prosecutor, it's almost always a black person. It's almost always a black person. When you see the Innocence Project getting somebody out that had no business being locked up, you almost always see a black person walking out of TV. I'm so glad to see my family again. My mom died while I was in there. It's almost always a black person. So, and I'm going to assume the ones who get exonerated for major felonies probably represent well over 50% because they're the poor. They're the ones that are easiest to get because they're going to use a public defender or a public pretender, however you want to look at it. But yeah, the exonerations are overwhelmingly black.
And we have to remember, like I said, me and you old enough to remember that I know that a lot of the population, a certain demographic, they're not used to us being from, and people have to remember it's only 2 generations. We went from property to now they have to compete with us. So it's easier to make it seem like, why do I have to compete against these violent people? Why I have to be equal to these violent people? And their parents didn't tell them, like, we had to be forced to be civil. Like when black people say like we got the same right. When I hear a lot of people ask, what do white people rights that we black people don't have? And it's like all of them got them. We only have one piece of paper that says you have to be civil. Don't be mean to black people.
That is crazy. That's a very good point. I'll probably end up using it in the future. That the idea that blacks are violent and all that. You're right. That whites are probably the only group that actually had to be told by law, your ass got to start being civil. Like you actually had to pass laws to force them into being civil. But in the comments, Papa Anaya Shelley says blacks are forever talking about everything but fixing their own shit. He says, get a job and hold the low lives accountable. Is it a notion that blacks are just unemployed and not holding each other accountable?
No, his ass rabbit. He rabbit. I told you, they just pump with rage. They don't know anything about the black community. They don't hang with us. They do everything in their possibility to avoid us, but then they talk like they know everything about us. Why? Because they're pumped with rage. These people are rabid. Their parents did not tell them that they had to be civil. Their parents did not tell them that they had to be nice, don't be discriminatory. They didn't look. Their parents taught them to be nicer to pests than to black people.
That's it. I mean, that rabbit shit is killing me. By the way, real quick in the comments, I'm gonna put my spectacles on. Red Akuma King, thank you. That good galaxy, I appreciate that. Thank you. I haven't seen one of those in a while. I appreciate it. So yeah, the idea that though you had to have legislation passed to say you need to start being civil. Leave them alone, in other words. Yeah. So, that probably is the biggest counterpoint to, they're being violent and they're always stealing shit and things like that. Like you actually had to have a law passed to tell you to stop mistreating people. So I can't argue with you.
Remember, in America, we live off of, like you just said, that law.
Yeah.
White people were taught that law makes black people equal. That law, it stops discriminatory actions, behaviors. It make you not racist. Like they live off of that one law, and they make it like, oh, we're all equal now. No, we're not equal. Like you just said, the government had to step in and slap the back of your hand and say, stop being mean, you asshole, you little rabbit assholes. Like, stop it. Y'all running around the yard just biting people, and we trying to make and Tim, what Wasn't this supposed to be the best generation? They told us that after the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, this is the best generation. We supposed to be better people, more civilized, more correct with our grammar and everything. And now white people, they was like, man, forget that shit. Y'all are victims. Like, they just gave up in the 90s and the 2000s, and now here we are, 2025, and they say they have black fatigue, but they don't experience anything in our neighborhood. How are you tired of black people that, like the Idaho man you got up there?
Yeah.
He's in the middle of, in a town of 5,100, 99% white people, and he said he has black fatigue. Well, what does that mean? Like, you tired of
like I said all the time, that's the same thing with folks say that people only have issues with Trump because the media is telling you to dislike Trump. The media is telling you to dislike black people. If you live out in the middle of Idaho like this guy and you're talking about you got black fatigue, you're watching the media that's showing you a CVS being robbed in Chicago or somewhere hundreds of miles. You're not going to Chicago, so you don't have to worry about the black folks in Chicago. How many folks on the right you hear talking about Chicago? Like, you ain't been in Chicago your whole fucking life. Why are you talking about Chicago so damn much? I mean, so if you watch the right-wing media, you can get fatigued because they're going to show you the worst. And I made a video not long ago where I talked about, we're in the month of May. You're going to see all over this country right now, you got black kids and even adults graduating from high school, graduating from college, receiving scholarships or receiving degrees and diplomas rather. And nobody would get fatigue of seeing black people graduating from schools all over the country. So the issue is you're focusing on the negative. So yeah, you're going to get fatigued. Your media is bringing you nothing but negative news that you're not dealing with in your neighborhood at all. And that's all it takes to give you fatigue. You just simply turn that damn channel off and your fatigue will go away. That's the way I see it.
That's why I say there's not fatigue. Their ass is rabid. Because if they were fatigued, they would get tired of the pastors touching on the kids. They would get tired of the white men that get locked up for child porn, for child violence. They would get tired of the BOMBs that white T-boys be building in their basements. They would get tired of the meth labs blowing up in their neighborhoods. They would be fatigued about all that, but they're not. They're not. They're taught, they're pumped rage to pump your rage, like ignore, Pastor Willing that touched 18 of the little kids, ignore the coach that's touching on the little kids, and we want you to pay attention to these damn immigrants. And that's another thing. Trump said it was 20 million immigrants here, illegal immigrants here. He's on no track to getting these 20 million. Like, where are these 20 million?
Well, the 20 million number, the 20 million.
Fire stations, they was in police stations, they were sleeping on the streets, they were sleeping in subway stations, they was in abandoned schools. So now y'all can't find all these 20 million immigrants?
Yeah,
these motherfuckers are like, where's Waldo now?
Yeah, I got to move it on, but I'll just say before I go, the 20 million was an inaccurate number to begin with. The fact is, Biden made it legal, or better yet, it was already illegal, but Biden made it easier to come here to claim asylum. And the right never acknowledged the power that Biden has as an executive. I mean, it was legal to claim asylum under Biden, but the right views all of the folks that came here as asylum seekers as illegal immigrants. They were not illegals. So the 20 million number is incredibly inflated. I don't think it's even probably half of that. And I've watched Trump say at rallies, it's 18 million illegals. Then a couple of days later, he said it's 20. So he's literally just pulling numbers out of nowhere. So the 20 million is greatly inflated. But I'll just tell you this. Anytime Trump gives you numbers to make a point, expect those numbers to be inflated. Whether it's his waist size, whether he's talking about his dick, whether he's talking about how many women he's had, anything he gives you that features numbers, those numbers are going to be altered to his benefit. I got to move it on. Dassa, thank you for coming through.
All right. Hey, remember what I said? MAGA, go out and get y'all shot. That shit is nuts.
That is crazy. That is awful. Rabbit. All right, I'm going to leave that alone. That is incredibly insulting. Jive Turkey Lee. I don't even need to ask you what race you are. Jive Turkey. You got to be 45 old to even use that. Jive Turkey. Wow. Anyway, his name is Jive Turkey Lee. Says most on the right don't know any black people. Yeah, I guess that is true. I mean, there's a lot of people on the right that know black folks, but I do believe it's probably most because, like I mentioned earlier, if you look at a national map after an election, all of those red counties all over the country, nobody black lives in those counties. There's plenty of counties in America where nobody black lives there, and those are red counties. So I do agree that most folks on the right probably don't know any black people. As you said, they're only 13% of the population, and they're mostly congregated to little, big cities. Once you get outside of the big cities, things get white real quick. I mean, so yeah, that makes sense. You're probably right about that. Most people on the right don't know any, don't deal with any black, which is why I also brought up the notion that so many folks are talking about they got black fatigue. Like there's nobody black in your damn neighborhood for you to be saying that. But anyway, before I go to the next caller and tap the screen, I'll give you the clip of what we were talking about, me and the last caller and me and a couple other callers, because I do have some newer viewers in here right now. And tap the screen, get me up to 65. We can do that. Certainly got enough of you folks in here. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Brings in more MAGA. You know the programming. This is my Trump was right hat. This is not what I meant to hold up. But we are MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. You enjoy this type of program and uncensored dialogue from all sides of the aisle, and I definitely want to get more MAGA on here. But if you enjoy this type of programming, follow the program. If you're on TikTok or Instagram, if you're on YouTube, give your boy a sub. This is what we're discussing right now. Black fatigue.
Black privilege is getting worse by the year. And by worse, I mean they're getting more bold with their schemes and their actions. I do find it pretty funny, though, when you have those interviewers on the street, they go up to a bunch of black people, they're like, you got 100 fish, and 13 of the fish cause half of the problems. What do you do with those 13 fish? Almost every time the black people say get rid of the fish. Black people, you're lucky we don't have the same mentality of you. Otherwise, y'all be gone.
That sounds like a veiled threat, to be honest with you. I'm going to say it almost sounds like a threat.
White
but
people, if crime
I want you
statistics
to,
really mattered.
just like you see at a State of the Union address where the other side follows up, I want you to, some of you folks that were not watching earlier, here's kind of a rebuttal to that. And Bring the Noise Are You Ready says, Sassy Mo. So 13% of the population, it would be a hell of a party. I'll just say that. But here's the follow-up to that, because you heard him indicating that 13% of the population are causing like 50% of the drama. And yeah, here's a follow-up.
White people, if crime statistics really mattered to us, we would be talking about white men every damn day. We as white people love to throw around statistics when it comes to the black community. We love to misconstrue data about poverty rates, crime rates, single-parent households. Here's the thing. If you really want to talk about problematic behavior in terms of statistics, we need to talk about white men. Most mass shootings in America, white men. School shootings, white men. Intimate partner violence, typically known as domestic violence, white men. Police brutality and systemic violence, white men. Online harassment and extremism, white men. Domestic terrorism, white men. Serial killers, white men. The demographic making up the vast majority of CEOs, judges, senators, and police chiefs who refuse to hold white men responsible, white men. And yet us white men are rarely talked about as being a problem. Few white people are asking, what's wrong with white men? What's wrong with the culture? Few white men are demanding that we be fixed. And why? Because we as white men humanize and individualize white violent offenders. And it's time to flip the script. To shame and blame, because I know white males are incredibly fragile when it comes to that. But instead to name what's really going on and who continues to be protected and not held accountable because of selective storytelling. I hope this helps.
It's a hell of a rebuttal, but I want to say something. In the comments I see, why is there only districting when Republicans are in power, and it's always aimed at the black communities or communities of color. Liberals do redistrict. That happens in liberal areas as well. But it does seem to get more attention when the right does it. Certainly if you're watching liberal media, because there's often racial overtones to it. But the liberals do redistrict as well. It happens on both sides. But what about his rebuttal there, where he's pointing out a lot of, because you hear that the FBI stats show that blacks commit most of the crime, 50% of the incarcerated, only 13% of the population. You hear that echoed by a lot of folks. You heard it by my first video I showed you. Now you hear him talking about all the stuff committed by white men. I just want to say this: if you believe one of these guys and you don't believe the other, you're biased. And I'll tell you why. They're both getting their stats from the same location. The idea that blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 50% of the crimes, a lot of that comes from the FBI. Just like the FBI also tells you the biggest domestic terrorist threat in the United States is white nationalists, supremacist groups. So if you don't believe the terrorist threat part, but you believe the incarceration part, then you're just being biased. You just only want them to say what you agree with. But the FBI in 2017, under President Trump's first term, stated exactly that. And many would suggest it's gotten a lot worse since 2017. But they suggested that white supremacist groups were the biggest threat to the integrity of this nation in regards to harmony, just a harmony in terms of being domestic terrorist groups. If you don't believe that, but you believe the 50%, then yeah, you're being biased. Anyway, looking in the comments here, I wish I was in jail with all of those men. Samuel Smith, shout out to the LGBTQ community. Going back to the box, we're at 65,000 just about. Democrats, they're eating Timmy's Tim Walls tampons. Okay, Paul. Denkow, good evening or welcome to the show. Hopefully it brings him up. Are you there, Denkow?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you're not going to call MAGA rabbit like my last caller, are you?
Yeah, I love it, man.
Oh my God!
Just reading these people like they are really upset when we have conversations about the lives that we lead. Like they get pissed off. That's why they talking about. They got fatigue for us talking about the lives that we have had to lead. That is hilarious, man. Well, it's rabid. It's got to be rabid.
You guys are this rabbit shit. But I don't, like I said, I don't understand it because, yeah, most of these folks that are saying they're fatigued are living in areas where black people are not even around. And they're, just like the whole Chicago thing about how violent Chicago is, and you're not in Chicago. You're watching Fox and they keep playing all of the crime they can find out of Chicago to show you. I mean, I being from Chicago myself, it's a violent city. I'm not going to lie about that, but it is way less volatile than the right views. They make it sound like it's Beirut. It's just not like that there.
Right. I was just having a conversation with Cedric on here, and he's talking about how, look, all of the, everybody's getting shot up and everything. It's like, look, I lived in one of the worst neighborhoods in the United States back when Detroit was, they called it the murder capital. Mm-hmm. Like, I get crime, but they make it seem like people just walking around like the Wild West, just, you know what I'm saying? Just out, like, stuff happens because of what? Because of poverty, which breeds people trying to make money or getting to the point where they are willing to go take it from other people. Yeah. So poverty breeds the kind of crime they're talking about, but they don't want to address what caused the damn poverty. They're just saying y'all need to fix that.
Yeah. Well, if you address the poverty, then you would start going into the realm of entitlements and state assistance and federal assistance that they don't want to talk about.
No, I mean, you could, just like they did before when the black neighborhoods were thriving. Well, from my perspective, because I was born and raised in Detroit, when people were able to graduate high school and get a job at a factory, instantly becoming middle class, those people wasn't out there shooting and killing people. because they had a reason to live. So when all of those factories went away and it wasn't replaced with anything for people non-college educated to really make a life out of them, what do you think happened to those people? They started having to fight for resources.
Yeah. Well, I do push back a little bit though, because I do tend to think no matter how desperate things are, I don't think it's quite as bad in America where you need to commit major felonies to eat. I mean, I get the job market can suck in some locations, but if it's just a matter of feeding yourself, in this country, it seems like there's something you can do other than having to go out and get involved in selling drugs. You can take everything out. You can take everything I own, and I think I could find a way at least to feed myself and survive, as opposed to having to go out and commit major felonies to get by.
Yeah. It's never a matter of just feeding yourself. We use that anecdotally. And I'm gonna give you myself as a perspective. When I grew up watching pimps, hustlers, drug dealers drive around in triple white BMWs, they got all of the ninja motorcycles, they got all of the women, they got everything that I ever thought represented being successful in life. Yes, it inspires you to be like them. That's why we didn't have, and we still don't have enough positive images in the society to draw them away. Now we do have only other ones we have is what? Successful sports stars. And we know that's like a 1% situation. Right. 1% of the population ends up being somebody who can use their physical talents to play a professional sport and excel at life. So we've got these narratives. We look at our society around us, and yes, there could be a scholarship, for me to go, to a school and get my education. But once I graduate high school, I see all my other friends, they out on the streets, they doing this, and I'm not saying it's right. I'm just trying to give you a perspective to say it's not just as simple as, well, they got the same opportunities as everybody else, because they don't see it as an opportunity. They see what they see, and you are a product of your environment.
So what about this though? In the comments, Draco says, well, do you want the few jobs in your community that do exist to go to illegal immigrants? Because there was a major problem with illegal immigrants in places like Chicago and New York due to Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis in Florida deliberately sending them to sanctuary cities and saturating those areas. But what about that point that, okay, there's only so much in terms of jobs and resources in your area. Do you want at least to get these immigrants out of this country so that you don't have an even greater shortage of resources?
Well, I don't blame that on the immigrants themselves. They're only coming and taking advantage of opportunities that's there for them. The reason why that stuff hasn't infected places like legitimate businesses like the big three automakers and stuff is they're not going to hire no damn illegal immigrant, because they already know, what time it is. So I don't worry about that. And that's never happened. That hadn't happened in Detroit or no other place where you got a legitimate employer. Now, all down south where you got all these meat packing places and they doing all of this other stuff, that we're not addressing the root cause. The dude who's standing there saying, who's slapping the back of his truck, asking 12 Mexicans to jump in the back at Home Depot, that's who they should be going after, because they are encouraging the shit.
I'm with you on that.
I don't want them to come, because I don't want them to take my job. If they come in illegally, they shouldn't be able to get a damn job.
Yeah. I'm with you on that, and I've said that on many of lives and in many of my own programs, is that Trump, who appears to be the most gung-ho in terms of securing the southern border, you don't ever hear him talking about going after Americans, because they can't do this shit on their own. I always use back in the hood, nobody's going to be able to sell a lot of drugs in the hood unless they got at least one cop on the payroll. You can't survive in criminality unless you got some good guys on your side that are turning a blind eye or working with you. And the illegal immigration problem in this country, there are plenty of border patrol and politicians and shit that has turned a blind eye to let all these folks get in this country. And yeah, you're talking about hiring them in meatpacking plants and stuff like that. You don't hear Trump talking at all about Americans that he is even passing executive orders to go after Americans that are the co-conspirators in any of this stuff. You don't hear him saying any of that. And I believe it's because a lot of them are probably his lobbyists.
Right. And those people that run those meatpacking places, they can get raided one day. They don't punish the ownership. All they do is say, oh, it's $1,000 fine for each illegal. And, you know, you get a warning. And then 2 weeks later, that place is, you know what I'm saying? If they can make, if they can make up $10 million this year and pay, $500,000 in fines, that's their business model now. They're gonna keep doing it.
Yeah, it's worth
it.
So
if you start telling them folks, if we catch your company, we gonna start putting the executives in jail.
Yep.
I guarantee you. You will have a whole bunch of immigrants walking around aimlessly trying to find work.
So why ain't Trump? So why isn't Trump?
People, all of those Americans.
So why do you think he's not doing that?
You just said it. It's because those are his people. The lobbyists, the people who pay, get to keep doing it. When I went to a business class and they were teaching me that. There's a thing that they call it the 5-year plan. Like a lot of companies are created understanding that what they're doing is not right. But if they can make profit for 5 years, they expect to be caught and put out of business. But they know that they can just bankrupt, shut down that business and move to another one. It's been taught to be criminals in America, even in the business in white collar. It's always been that way.
Wow. So
but they want to blame. They want to say, well, why is there so much black on black crime? When I could ask them the same question, but it never gains traction. How many people are killed in white on white crime? It's in the high 80s, but they always talk about the black on black crime because it's in around 90%.
What do you mean what do you mean by the high 80s? What are you saying? High 80s of what?
I'm saying white people kill white people and black people kill black people. You kill the people that's in the vicinity of you.
Yeah, but in terms
we never talk about white on white crime because they killing each other at just a higher rate, just as anybody else is.
Yeah, but I think it's because of the per capita or the actual sheer numbers. I mean, like I said, being from the south side of Chicago. And I hate to play into the narrative, but there are violent zip codes in Chicago. And it's very few all white zip codes that has as many murders as some of the zip codes in the black cities. I mean, like I said, Houston some just a single zip code where it might be 10, 15,000 people living in Houston or living in Miami somewhere. The amount of deaths in that zip code, you're going to have a hard time finding a white zip code that has as many murders in it.
Right, and we have already addressed that, but we keep going back to the question instead of going to the root cause. We understand that, yes, poverty breeds violence. The poverty, we have addressed how we got to the poverty situation, how we've been maintained in a poverty situation. And so when you say, okay, well, we know that there might be that people that have been raised in this environment to not respect human life and stuff, and then to say, well, they got the same laws as everybody else. How come they don't act like everybody else? Because you have to treat that root cause before you make a change in behavior. And we're not doing that. Yeah. And Alter Ego asked, why didn't I end up in the streets? I did end up in the streets. I fortunately was able to climb my way out of the streets and was driven by my family to join the military, which changed my life. But I was deep in the streets before I had I had to make that decision. A lot of my friends, once I joined the military, they were talking about, man, I want to do it too. Felony record, drunk driving. They couldn't get in. Whereas I was luckily that I had a lawyer who was able to expunge my entire record so that I can mark no on all of those little boxes when you get ready to join the military to ask you, have you ever been arrested? Have you ever went to jail? Have you ever sold drugs? Have you ever did all of this stuff? I was able to do that until about a year after I was in the military. They found out because they found an arrest record at the police station. They came to the military, the FBI agents in the suits coming to pick me up. And my commanding officer, my division officer, my departmental leader, they all had to write a letter asking them for me to stay because I was such a good worker. Now my situation is like I'm the exception. I'm not
right. Yeah, you just got lucky.
When I argue about this stuff, I'm not saying because I made it, everybody else should be able to make it. Because I understand my circumstance was a little bit different. But I was influenced by all of the same things that my friends were influenced by. We was all in it together.
Yeah.
But I squeezed through the cracks and made it out.
That's compelling. That's a compelling story that probably resonates with even most successful black men in this country. Most successful, because if you grow up in the hood, the streets is calling you. I mean, I'm just going to tell you, it's exactly as you say. I don't care how successful you find an African American that's doing very well. If he grew up in the hood, for instance, the streets was calling him, and just a few of us made it out.
The streets was calling, and we answered the door.
Yeah, the streets was calling. I mean, look, I'm the same way. I mean, I made it out by the grace of God as well. I didn't get involved in a lot of shit, but I mean, I ain't 100% innocent either. So, I mean, you're right. The streets is calling you. It does take a certain mindset and some sheer luck oftentimes to avoid it because it is all around you.
And then when somebody questions it, you know what I'm saying? You questioning me. You questioning me too when you say, why are these people fucked up like that? Like, I got lucky, but I understand. Yeah. I definitely understand. I was there when, in the midst of the crack epidemic in the 80s and 90s.
Same.
I was right there.
Well, I had
joined in.
Yeah, I lost my father to that crack shit. I'll tell you this, and I've said this before I move it on, is that one way to correct a lot of this stuff is you probably need more law enforcement in our community that looks more like us, because they know what you're going through, and maybe they won't be so quick to throw you so deep into the system. Like, I'm gonna teach. I'll give you an example, even just my own personal example, and I'll just use this one among many of them. But I used to be a landlord throughout Chicago, and I had a tenant that was not going to pay me, and I was one of them Suge Knight types. If you didn't pay me my rent, I found criminal ways to get my money. I just did not entertain you owing me rent and not paying it. And I did have one officer, because I had rented to a crack addict, now this woman had got me in trouble because I was doing shit that was not legal to get my rent out of her. And the officer, who happened to be a white guy, by the way, he handcuffed me, took me to the police station. He said, I'm going to tow your car. He said, but I know what you're going through. He said, you're going to end up letting this person own your property if you keep doing that shit. Now, he could have threw me deep in the system because I had committed a straight up felony trying to get rent out of this lady. So I'm saying, if you got people that know what you're going through, they won't put you so deep in the system. They might make an example to show you, look, you need to stop what you're doing before you go down the wrong path. But oftentimes when you put people in control in the community that does not know the people of that community, they're charging you with a crime for every damn thing and throwing you deep in the system on your first riff. And as you've shown, and I've shown, you actually can evolve and get out of that shit if they don't bury you under it.
Right. But part of me making the decision I made is because once I got out after being arrested, once I got out, I was ostracized. Like nobody would touch me. I couldn't re-up. I couldn't do anything to get back in it. That's the only reason why I made the decision.
They thought you was.
I tried to get back in. They were talking about what? You want what? Oh yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
They thought you was a snitch working with them people.
Right. I had no choice but to go ahead. And the only reason I did the military is because my mother was like, "Look, if you're gonna come back and live in this house, you gotta do something." Mm. And she kept saying, "Did you call the recruiter? Did you call the recruiter?" And I just was trying to pacify her by calling the recruiter. And then one day he got me in there after I took the ASVAB, and he told me how great I was. That was before I knew that recruiters lied to people. Mm. But he told me, "Look, you scored so great, man. You qualify for special programs. Accelerated advancement. You'll make more money." You know what I'm saying?
And you went on. Now you did a full ride. How many years you do in there?
Yeah, 20.
20 years, man. It's a great. Yes. I mean, that's how a compelling story should work, man. I do got to move it on, but you need to thank the streets for inadvertently looking out for your ass. The streets.
I would thank those people, but they no longer with us.
Mm. Well, as Stevie D in the comments says, that's a blessing. I got to go, then, Cal. Great conversation today. Great conversation. Thank you. Yeah. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, folks, tap the screen. Go ahead and get your boy on up to about 80,000. We can certainly make that happen. Don't be afraid to still have the crown. What does that mean? You guys have your own little personal conversation in there with that. Real quick before we continue on, what jobs they do in sanctuary cities didn't count? They'll do whatever the fuck you give them. I'll tell you something. You see all of the immigrants that be hanging around places like Home Depot and shit. They just literally are willing to do whatever to make money. They'll cut your grass. Some of them may know how to do some carpentry skills, lawn care. I mean, you name it. I mean, whatever. Look, you're in a foreign country. I'll tell you from my own standpoint, when I first went overseas and I was looking, I had money, but I wanted to do something. And I didn't have any work rights when I was in Australia. Whatever I can do. I'm bored during the day. I want to get out and do something that doesn't cost me money. I'm tired of being a tourist. I was over there for 5 years. I wanted to do something. And I ended up being a bouncer because the club would pay me under the table. I mean, so they'll do whatever you give them. When a person just wants work, whatever comes along, fuck it, I'll do that. I mean, it's just some industries that will hire immigrants more than others. But when you first come into a country, you don't have work rights. If you go to visit another country, you generally get a visitor's visa or something like that. You don't have the right to work on that visa. So you do whatever you can do to make money under the table. Real quick in the comments. Damn, you're a dumb, inbred redneck who smokes meth. Ain't nobody, says. Obviously, you're not talking to me. You guys are having a hell of a conversation in the comment section. Tap the screen. Get me on up to 80,000. I'll take the next caller at 83.0. We're talking about the first 4 months of President Trump. How are you feeling in regards to that? Now, I asked a question earlier, and it was based on a clip that I played. Don't know if I even still have it. I may have to just go ahead and forget about it. But it was a clip I had earlier. In regards to the notion that as many as 14,000 babies could starve to death in Gaza in the next 48 hours because Israel is blocking food supplies. So you got babies that are literally being forced into starvation in Israel. Now, the question I asked is, which one is more important in terms of American involvement? Helping out white South Afrikaners that are losing their property and being mistreated according to Trump, what he says, or babies that are being starved to death in Gaza? Which one do you think we should be more apt to get involved in? Save the white South Afrikaners or try to save all of these babies that are starving to death? And I wanted to suggest before you answer that question or think about the answer to that question, keep in mind those babies were not born on October 7th. So those babies were not flying paragliders into Israel taking innocent lives. If you're going to suggest that, and I've had MAGA tell me this, but if you're going to suggest that it's okay to let the babies starve to death for what maybe their relative that may have been involved in Hamas or their neighbor or something was, then keep that in mind the next time you have somebody tell you, well, I didn't own any slaves, so why should I pay for it? Because the babies did not have anything to do with October 7th. So why should they have to pay for the sins of what happened before they were born? So I'm asking you that. Which one do you think we should be more apt to get involved in? I mean, and keep in mind, starving to death doesn't happen instantly. You got to assume that a baby that starves to death is crying for hours, if not days, continuously, because that's a painful, painful way to go. Very painful way to go. Starving to death. But we're going to save the adult white Huff Africans that are losing land. Losing land. They're not dying, they're losing land. Which one do you think? Looking in the comments, White Rob White and Black Rob, that is true, MAGA Reacts. I agree with that. One thing is clear, if billionaires cared, the world would not know hunger. So you sit around and wait for that billionaire to feed you if you want, because it's not going to happen. Well, true, I don't disagree with what you're saying there, Sassy Mo, love the name, but what's going on in Gaza has nothing to do with sitting around waiting on billionaires. It is Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately starving these folks to death as punishment. I mean, it ain't got nothing to do with millionaires. I mean, there's plenty of folks around the world that would send flour and rice and cheap shit to feed. I mean, it ain't that many of them. I mean, if you allowed the food to go in there, you could probably raise enough in terms of money in America to feed those folks. You're not trying to give them steak. You're just trying to give them something that has substance. I mean, if we can come up with $1 million for Luigi Maggione and the Carmelo Anthony, the killer of Austin Metcalf, we can give him $500,000. We could easily donate money to babies that are dying. So there's plenty of money that we would give to make sure these babies ate. It's just the Israelis are not letting it in. There are trucks that are there that want to get in and feed these kids. They're deliberately, this is a deliberate, intentional effort to starve the people of Palestine or the people of Gaza. They're deliberately starving them to death. So when you hear folks talking about genocide, understand this is an intentional killing of a lot of people that have nothing to do with what happened on October 7th. Real quick in the comments, I mean, like I said, babies, I just don't understand it. I just do not. Certainly when you think about what the Jewish went through with the Holocaust and all that, and how a lot of them died of starving to death in the concentration camps, to turn around and do that to somebody else, I don't understand. And by the way, that's only going to further the hatred towards them in that particular region, doing that to so many people. In fact, I think the only people that do not think the Israelis are doing something wrong are us. We are the only people out there. I think just about every country in the free world thinks that what the Israelis are doing is wrong. I'm talking about all of NATO, the UN, all of them do. We're the only country right now that is co-signing what Israel is doing. And oddly enough, we just had a terrorist attack by a Palestinian in this country yesterday. We're co-signing what they're doing. Most of the stuff they're using to cause destruction in Gaza has "Made in the USA" written right on the side of it, bombs and all that stuff. We're co-signing all of that. So Israel is a disgusting government. Look, they were victims on October 7th. I'm not going to deny that, but at this point, they're not acting in self-defense. Nicole Gooden, good evening. Welcome to the program, Nicole. Hopefully it brings up Tim. I don't think he was Palestinian. Welcome to the program, Nicole. You got an echo. Are you on Bluetooth? Welcome to the program, Nicole. You got an echo. I'm about to drop you. Okay. Wow. If you come up and you're on Bluetooth, you're going to have a serious echo. I mean, I couldn't hear nothing but me. We'll try it again, Nicole. If you're on Bluetooth or something like that, turn that off because it's just a serious echo. Americans divided on what happening in the Middle East. We're always divided. Yeah. Problem is religion. Which is why I'm a strong opponent. A strong opponent against forcing religion back into American society. It just causes too much division and can lead to wars, just like it's doing in the Middle East. I'm a strong opponent of that. If you want to be religious, there's nothing wrong with you doing that, but it should not be forced upon the people. Continuing on, we'll try it again. I don't know what I clicked. Is it Miss Mo Better? Oh, the handsome. Good evening. Who am I speaking with here? The handsome what? Name of my very own. Hopefully it brings them up. I can see why kids take the lives of other kids in school if they are treated like me. How bad are you being treated, Leon? Wow. You have to let me know. How bad are you suggesting you're being treated to do something like that? MAGA is not educated. I don't agree with that. I mean, there are voters that are among MAGA that are not educated, probably. I mean, there are voters among the liberals, but I mean, there are plenty of hardworking, educated MAGA voters, just like there are hardworking, educated liberals. I don't want to say the whole party is uneducated. The maps use the map. I think the U.S. supported Israel, but now the tide is changing with the genocide. They're not changing fast enough, Marcy. They're not changing fast enough. We're still giving them weapons that they're using to destroy these people. And at this point, the Israelis are just blowing up rubble. The citizens of Gaza are literally just living amongst the rubble, hiding in the remains of buildings and things like that, and they're blowing that stuff up. They're well beyond self-defense. Well beyond. I mean, you almost never hear of an Israeli being harmed in an attack by Hamas or coming out of Gaza at this point. I mean, it's just they're still using, tanks and high-tech equipment on people who are damn near down to the Stone Age. They're well beyond anything resembling self-defense. I think what's happening is Netanyahu is trying to cash in on Trump's promise to take over Gaza and displace those people to other countries. That way, they have the possibility of getting rid of the Palestinians once and for all at this point. I really think that's the goal. I mean, Trump has kind of gave them, I think Trump was quoted as saying finish the job or something like that during the campaign when the liberals were, Genocide Joe has got to go, and the liberals were siding with Hamas and siding with the Palestinians, and the right is more pro-Israel anyway. Trump basically stated he would tell Netanyahu to finish the job, and that's kind of what's happening now. You have not heard Trump say much at all in terms of a sympathetic ear for what's going on over there, other than sympathy for the Israelis. He really hasn't shown any concern at all for the Palestinians to any great degree. So Netanyahu is certainly going to take advantage of that and weaken the Palestinians. I don't know how long it's going to take. Let's say, for instance, you don't kick them out of Gaza. How long would it take without any serious cash flow for them to rebuild that area on their own? It may never happen. They just are not in any position to do anything. And it's not like they can get dump trucks and equipment in there without the Israelis letting it come in. I mean, the Israelis own all of that. It's almost as if Palestine is a suburb in Israel, because the Israelis control that whole country. You can't fly in there. You can't catch a boat in there. You have no access to that unless the Israelis let you. So it's essentially theirs already anyway, which is why you've been hearing people say, free Palestine, because they're not free. So you can start the war, and then when you start to lose the war, the other side has to stop so that I can restock to keep the war going forever, says Sheldon Wells. Actually, I get your point, but the answer is yeah, that's exactly the case. Once we defeated Germany, for instance, in World War II, Russia wanted to behave the same way Benjamin Netanyahu is. He wanted, because Russia lost so many soldiers to the Germans Russia wanted to wipe Germany completely off the map. America stepped in. Everything from the airdrop into Berlin and all of that. We made sure the Germans was able to maintain a country and a civilization. But the Russians wanted the same payback that Benjamin Netanyahu was getting. So, yeah, you're right. You can start a war, but once you start to lose, there are some rules. I get it. You're talking about killing folks. Normally in a war, war shouldn't have any rules, but it does. It does. I mean, you can't just go in to a country and slaughter everybody because that country declared war on you. There are rules to it. So I understand your point, but no, there is rules to it. I mean, you don't, at some point, it's not self-defense anymore. It's just a slaughter. And that's what's happening in Gaza. It's not, what Israel's doing is not even remotely close to being self-defense at this point. They don't even have power, like no water or anything. These folks are not waging war on Israel. They don't have anything to do it with. Real quick in the comments. Well, I don't know what, they can't even fish in their own ocean. Yeah, everything is gone. They can't do anything. I mean, they're literally captives of the Israelis, and the Israelis are preventing them from feeding themselves. I mean, literally try to take them out completely. For the great, good evening, welcome to the program. Let me see if I can bring it back up here. Don't know what. Tap the screen. Get me on up to about 85,000 on the lights. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Oh, Miss Mo Better. Good evening.
Hi, Tim. It's me, your favorite.
Hey, appreciate you coming through. Happy Friday. 3-day weekend. Good to have you on.
Yes, it is. It's actually a 2.5-day weekend for me. I got to work tomorrow, but you know.
So the big beautiful bill. You kind of happy with the outcome of Trump so far?
See, what happens with this big beautiful bill that they got going on? People are only reading the surface of this stuff. They're only reading the surface. So, like when he's saying, "Oh, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips." First of all, it's only at the federal. It's for federal, and it's not, and that does not include. Oh God, I just drew blank. But it doesn't include wages. Oh God, damn it, payroll or some shit. They said. Anyway, we still have state tax and stuff, where most of the taxes and stuff come from. That stuff still applies to us. So, like, tax on tips and stuff, most of the time people are paid in cash with tips.
Right.
So you don't know whether they're getting tips or not. So how are you actually calculating this stuff?
Well, I think some businesses, particularly if you work in a business where most of your tips are in cash, I think they can attribute a certain amount because they can say, look, you can't say you worked here and you only got $2 in tips today. I mean, there are some businesses where they attribute a certain amount of it where you have a minimum.
Well, that's when they start going after people adding the gratuities to the bill. But see, my point of saying that is because they're not going after the correct people. So the problem, they passed it on to the patron instead of going after the companies themselves. What they should have been doing is going after these companies, have them paying these servers and stuff a livable wage.
Yeah.
Stop just allowing them to pay these people $4 or $5 an hour and then thinking because paying tips is not mandatory. It's not mandatory for me as a patron to pay somebody a tip. I'm paying for my bill. That's my obligation.
Yeah.
So they need to go after these corporations. The corporations are the ones who's really getting away with everything right now.
Yeah, I've said the same thing often too, is that they should never have allowed restaurants and bars and all this stuff to pay the employees so low because they're saying, well, since you get tips, I should be able to pay you less than minimum wage, which means the restaurant or the bar is taking their money off top because you don't reduce my salary. I might not even get the damn tip. So you don't took a cut out of something I may not even get.
That's my point of saying that. You know what I'm saying? And even like you said, with these construction sites and all of these jobs, picking these so-called illegals off the side of the road. You know why they're doing it? Because they're not paying employee tax. They're not paying the workers' compensation. They're not giving medical coverage. They're not doing any. They're getting away with it. So even with them thinking that they're deporting all these people now, trust me, they just went from one corner around the corner to the next to pick up the next crew.
So what are you saying, that Trump is not, he really isn't securing the border after all?
No, the border will never be secure. I promise you. I promise you. You might bring it down a little bit. You might have a little more control. But how do you think the illegals got here in the first place? And not all of them claimed asylum, and not all of them crossed the border that way either.
Yeah, but Ms. Mobetta, they're suggesting that border crosses under Trump are down 90%. Does he not get an amen for that?
Listen, you know anything that comes attached to his name is inflated. Anything.
Yeah, but this ain't coming from him. It's coming from the border officials. They're saying it at the border. I mean, at the border, even the folks that live in some of these border towns, they're like, it's a ghost town down here now.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. But guess what? That means they're not catching them how they were getting in here before. So
you think they may find another way?
That's why I said they're not coming that way. They're not coming. They're not seeking asylum right now. They digging another tunnel some damn way. Which is how they've been coming.
Yeah, I don't doubt that some of them may be finding alternative ways to get here, but you're not going to find a way to get here that can equal the way they were coming here under Biden. Now, to me, it's going to have to be less. They're not all the number of caravans and stuff you saw coming under Biden. Those folks are not coming here through tunnels. It's just too many of them. So
yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I get that part. But for me, just coming from vacation down in Central America or whatever,
you were down there?
You can see why they rush to come here. The governments over in those countries they're horrible.
Well,
they're horrible. They're despicable. And to see how those babies, the pictures of the babies that are unaliving for TikTok purposes, unaliving and stuff because aid is not being given to them. It's immoral.
Wow.
It is dehumanizing. It's disgusting.
How was it? I want to ask you something because I've had, I've been thinking about a cruise and things like that, and I'm concerned with what's going on in our country. How was it when you came back in America crossing the border? How did our people, did you have any issues at all coming back into America or leaving?
I had no issues at all. I had no issues at all. As long as your ID or whatever is correct. If you have a passport, you don't even need to have your ID. As long as your passport is up to date, not expired or whatever, you have absolutely no problems.
Okay.
I'm
just hearing about so many folks, even folks coming from places like Canada, France, and Germany and shit like that, getting detained for the littlest of reasons. I'm like, I don't know if I'd even want to leave the country right now because
it's fine. It's fine. You know what it is? They actually, especially when they see Black people, believe it or not, they were excited to see us. And I'm telling y'all from what I know and not what I heard. This is what I experienced.
But when you say they, you say they, you're talking about the people in the other country.
Yes,
I'm talking about the people in this country. How was our border patrol treating you?
No, our border patrol was fine.
Okay.
TSA, I had no issues with them or whatever. Like I said, as long as your paperwork is fine, then you shouldn't have any problems.
Okay.
I don't understand what the push is about this real ID. I don't understand what the push is because my ID, all they do is change one little emblem on there to say that it's a real ID. The information never changes.
Well,
so
I think it's because
I think it's a money grab. Personally, it's a way to get more money out of our country.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? It's money. Everything that's happening, us as American citizens are paying for it.
Yeah,
we're paying for it. They keep saying, "Oh, taxes are going to be lowered," and all of that. All of that stuff is a lie. They went up 74.3% on people that's making $15,000. Like that's what I said. People got to go. Don't read the surface of this big, so-called big beautiful bill.
Yeah, I'm hearing one of the biggest things that people are complaining about is the alleged loss of Medicaid. They're saying that might be leading to a few million people losing coverage.
And not only losing coverage, losing lives. So listen, the people that are in control, that are making these laws and stuff, they're not in jeopardy of losing anything. Yeah. They can afford to eat. They can afford for medical care. They can afford all of that stuff. So they sound like Ivan Drago in the Rocky movie. If they die, they die.
Damn. I do remember that scene. Wow.
Yes, that's not what they said. That's how the actions that they're doing are projecting. You don't care. You're not caring about America. So with them saying "Make America Great Again," how, when your people are suffering, or if not yet, will be very soon suffering. You're cutting SNAP. You don't want to give school lunches. You don't want to. A lot of people depend on that. Some kids only get food when they go to school.
Yeah, I see in the comments, Leon says, "So what? Get rid of welfare." I want to tell you the amount of cruelty coming from the right. I've never. I mean, the pro-life crowd. You're talking about feeding kids in school. This crowd that claim to be Christian, they want the Bible in schools, and they're pro-life. Like, there's no fucking way.
It's a special place in hell for those people, Tim. It's a special place in hell. And believe it or not, most of the MAGAs the ones who depend on these programs.
Yeah.
It's most of those red states. It's the blue states that are actually feeding the red ones.
Yeah, that's where the money
is. Yet y'all want to still buy into this lion-ass orange piece of shit that we have running this country right now.
Are you disrespecting the president?
Yep, because he's disrespectful to us. He is a deplorable man. He has no moral. He has no leadership skills. He has none of that. And for the people that are kissing his ring are loyal people. And guess what? I'd rather an honest person than a loyal one. Because loyal people will set their mother up if they properly gassed up.
Damn. But you know something, I will say this about you talking about people kissing his ring and things like that. I can't put my finger on it, but I know there's a lot of money to be made following in Trump's footsteps somewhere, whether it is invested in his crypto. If you can follow, there's got to be breadcrumbs coming off of it, because there's so much money orbiting around him that, like I said, investing in something that's related to him, there's a lot of money to be made in following Trump, because the grift is on and there's room to sit down at the table, not to make that kind of money, but to better your life. There's got to be money to be made following him.
But if that was the case, why is he not giving us all the playbook? Why is he not giving his people? If you don't have $200,000 to drop on a norm, it's not happening for you.
Yeah.
I don't care how your the so-called portfolios look for people. That's just that, like you said, those are just little crumbs. While they're making billions. So I want MAGA or maybe you can answer this. The money that they have found from the so-called waste, fraud, and abuse, where is that money going?
I don't think we ever gonna find that out.
Yeah, I want MAGA reacts. Where is that money going? Ben, you got the biggest mouth down there. Where is all of that money going? What they found? How is that benefiting any of us?
Yeah, I don't. That's one of the things that is simply not being asked. We're jumping up and down, celebrating how much waste, fraud, and abuse and money Elon and Trump has saved us, and nobody's asking, okay, but what are they doing with the money? I mean, if you told me you won the lottery, but you ain't gonna do shit for me, I don't give a damn.
Listen, he accepted the $400 million gift from Qatar, which he flip-flop on that too. Go back and watch those videos. He's the biggest flip-flopper ever. But it costs $400 million. It's gonna cost $1 billion to flip it. Make that make sense. Yeah. I'm waiting.
A lot
You're
of
gonna
it
have a parade that's gonna cost about $500 million.
Yeah, a lot of it doesn't make sense. And I seen the comments. The Mobius Squadron said the money is going to go to the deficit. But as you're pointing out, Mr. Mobetta, if you were really interested in saving money and in putting money to the deficit, you wouldn't have that parade, or you might auction off the jet. I mean, the fact is, go ahead.
And they raised it $4 trillion. They raised the debt ceiling $4 trillion. So the money that they found, they claim $4 trillion. Guess what? That $37 trillion that we're in debt is still there. Yeah. It's not moving.
Not to mention they're building this iron dome system that costs a fortune.
Yeah, the gold dome and whatever or what. Like it has me behooved to know that people actually support this shit. The evidence is right there in their face, and they still calling it sugar. And it's straight up shit.
But is it possible that the Democrats suck so bad that no matter what Trump does, because his poll numbers are better than the Democrats. You can say whatever you want about Trump, but his poll numbers are better than the Democrats. Why is that?
Because they're only counting the numbers that are going for him. See, this is where the Democrats fail at. This is, like you said, we try to do things the right way all the time. You can't play that way when you're
not going to get away with saying you do things. Wait. You're not going to get away with that. After they don't told us Biden was sharp as a tack. Democrats ain't doing things the right way. I don't know about that.
When it comes to people's health, HIPAA is still a thing. I'm going to let you know that now.
Yeah.
Should they have made him step down a little sooner? Maybe so. But the only time that you saw Biden really mess up was during that debate. Or beforehand, Biden was handling his business.
Well,
so let's not get that twisted.
Hold on a second. The reason why you only saw Biden mess up, you seen him falling constantly, but the only reason you only seen Biden mess up during that debate is so they were kind of hiding Biden. Trump is on TV 50 times more than Biden is. So it's hard for you to have a gaffe when they're not even putting you on TV. You're going weeks without doing interviews. You can't even get Trump to go 2 days without appearing on TV. Biden was going weeks.
Because he's a reality TV star. That's what he loves, the attention. You understand? He gets up there with his diapers on. Did he tell anybody that he fell asleep at a funeral?
Why you said he wearing diapers?
He wears diapers.
Oh my God.
And he fell asleep at a doggone funeral, but you don't hear MAGA talking about that stuff. See, and this is the problem. They're mad because the Democrats is not holding Biden accountable for, or the Democrats accountable for exposing Biden, but they don't call Trump out on shit. And that's why he's so unhinged right now. They are allowing him to do whatever without any guardrails. Anything, even with him accepting that plane from Qatar, is constitutionally illegal.
Yeah,
it's illegal. Almost everything he does is illegal.
Yeah, he's definitely doing things that my guess is once you get a liberal in there, they're not going to be okay with that at all.
But you know where his downfall is?
What?
In Elon.
What do you mean?
He's already backpedaling and saying, "Well, I've given enough." He's already bringing it down. It's gonna be something that he is not gonna go his way, and he gonna turn on Trump ass.
Only way Elon and Trump have a falling out is if a liberal, we get a liberal midterm, and they're talking about potentially putting one of them in jail or something. They might turn against each other. But while Trump is in power, Elon got enough money to make Trump continue to listen. And Trump has enough power to make Elon continue to listen. They're going to be a tag team.
Well, that's why you think I called Trump a trick. He's a trick. You know what they do with tricks? They buy them. He's easily bought and sold. The proof, and you ain't got to take my word for it. It's in the numbers. Go check the numbers.
A trick?
Yep.
All right, Miss
He was just caught by Qatar. Like, listen, those were he was one of the biggest, most wanted men out there.
Yeah.
And you're accepting gifts? Now you're accepting gifts? Gold cards, they can come sit down and have. Oh, that's very treasonous.
Yeah, the guy that heads, I think it's Syria, he was on our terrorist watch list. He was pretty high up, and there was a huge reward for him. And now Trump is shaking hands with, that is. And Trump removed the sanctions on Syria and everything. Went from terrorists to...
Because he's trying to build that Trump Towers over there. He's trying to build up his empire over there. So, again, he's easily bought and sold. America's for sale now. Anybody could come here with the right number, and it's yours.
I wish I could play devil's advocate and push back on that, but right now I can't. I think all the evidence suggests that you're probably right in that. If you put enough money in Trump's palms, you can make shit happen from the United States.
Yep, yeah. You absolutely can. And I want to say this one last thing. Stop hollering, make America great again when you got people and babies and everybody here in America about to starve because of your big, beautiful bill. Knock it the fuck off. Knock it off.
Miss Mo Better? Thank you. Nobody does it better. Thank you. Enjoy your day. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Everyone has a price. Smiling Wolf. I don't know. I kind of agree with that, but not if you know you're going to face criminal charges. I believe they've offered other politicians like Obama things in the past and he turned them down or turned them in. And certainly not something as obvious and expensive as a $400 million jet. It kind of takes the cake. I mean, I don't even know if there's anything else in the same universe that you can point to that a president has taken that can be in the same conversation as something like that. I mean, because it ain't something you could hide or you could make an excuse for it. You just got to take that and say, I'm going to make this shit work. And Trump is trying to say, well, it's a free jet. Who would turn that down? Well, there are rules, like that would be like you being, I use the example of Halle Berry. Let's say, for instance, I'm a married man, but she's offering to do something. Well, who would turn Halle Berry down? Well, there's rules to your damn marriage. You don't just take it because it's great. There are rules to what you're involved in. You're the president. There are rules to, it's a very expensive, great jet, but there are rules. Remember the whole putting your hand, well, he didn't even put his hand on the Bible when he had the second inauguration, but you put your hand on the Bible and you swear to uphold the Constitution and all of that shit against enemies, foreign and domestic. There's rules to it. You don't just forget the rules because somebody offers you something of value, which is exactly what he is doing. And it's unnecessary, by the way. It's just a luxury item that you don't need. I mean, look, Air Force One still works very well. They have a new Air Force One that'll be completed by 2027. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Trump flying in the current Air Force One for the rest of his term. It is not necessary at all in an environment where you're trying to reduce the deficit and cut waste, fraud, and abuse. That is a luxury item that is not needed. And it's not free because once you take that jet, you got to spend millions of unnecessary dollars to make it safe for the president to fly in when you already have one that currently is. So all of the money we spend making this Qatar jet safe to fly in, all of that's waste. That is all unnecessary spending that could have gone to all sorts of other causes that Americans, I mean, you're going to get rid of thousands, tens of thousands of American federal employees. I would have rather you let them keep their jobs than to spend the millions it takes to get this jet flight worthy. You could have, I mean, you're firing people. Who knows what happened to all of them folks? I mean, some of them folks probably lost homes, maybe had to take their kids out of school because they could no longer pay for the education. All of that. They lost all of that. I would have rather the money went to them than to go to some jet or some parade that you're throwing. I just think that what he is doing comes across as not having priorities straight. You see somebody on TV getting their car repossessed, and you find out they're in a beauty shop buying hair weave. Like, you should have paid your car note. How are you going to fire all these federal employees, but you got money to have a party, a military party that's 100% unnecessary for your birthday, and you're getting a jet that has millions of dollars written all over it that's got to be spent to make it safe? I would rather you let those Americans keep their jobs. To me, it just sounds like his priorities are not straight with that. It seems like it's kind of a me first environment. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, looking in the comments, it's a fucking bribe, says Chris Roth. And I didn't say that, but I do believe that too. I don't believe that the nation of Qatar would just give over $400 million worth of merchandise for nothing in return. The same way I don't believe that Elon Musk gave Trump $300 and some odd million for nothing in return. I don't buy that, which is probably why you've seen Trump on television selling Teslas and bringing back white South African immigrants. I mean, I believe Elon Musk has a bunch of favors out there, and he's calling them in. That's the way I see it. I mean, out of all of the places on this planet where people are being mistreated, oppressed, killed, slaughtered, South Africa is not. I mean, there are so many places that are worse than that. So many places. But Elon happens to be from South Africa, so there we go. Tap the screen. We might get up to 100,000 if some of you folks show the program some love. Looking in the comments, a lot of inbreeding around you, Aztec. What do you got? You guys in the comments be crazy. Scientists were puzzled to find that MAGA have underdeveloped prefrontal cortexes and frontal lobes and calcified frontal lobe. What do you say they're like apes? Come on now, Richard. Be kind. Be kind to my MAGA viewers. I'm from Africa. I was sexually assaulted by an elephant. Okay, Shamika. I'm going to find your weakness in real life. What are you guys talking about here? Obama lives in $115 million home, you idiot. Obama is a piece of shit who continues to con the rest of you clowns. Firing people who don't want to go into work sounds more like you're retarded. Victor, you're wrong on a lot of levels. Where the fuck is Obama living in a home that's cost $150? Where do they even have a home in America that cost $115 million? Where the fuck you hear that? Obama lives in a home that cost $115 million? Actually, yeah, 150. I might make sure I get the numbers right. Is his home cost $115 million over there? Really? I haven't heard that, but okay. He lives in a home at $115 million. Is that true though? Obama has a home that costs $115 million, you idiot. And by the way, I'd be curious to know, how much is Mar-a-Lago worth? If he has a $115 million home in Hawaii, how much is Mar-a-Lago worth? I assume you probably don't care about that. But $115 million, is he really living in something that costs that kind of money? I'm actually so curious. I want to Google that because I don't believe it. Maybe I'm gotten to the point where money at that level, I can't relate to it, but that sounds awfully expensive. I'm living in a $115 million home. I just want to see what comes up. That's ridiculous if he does, but $115 million house. Let me see what it says here. AI is coming up. So while it's not accurate to say Barack Obama lives in a $115 million house, he does own a valuable property on Martha's Vineyard, which he purchased for $11.75 million in 2019. So we're talking that's like 10% of what you're claiming. Yeah, he doesn't live in a $150 million home. He doesn't even live in a home that's worth $20 million. So you're way the fuck off on that, which is exactly what I thought. That's insane. But oddly enough, after giving all of that false information, he took the time out to be so kind to call me a clown and retarded. Even though everything he is saying is fake. Victor Davis, thank you for the input, though, but you're completely wrong. And I see William Perry says, you know that's bullshit. Yeah, you would have, sir. 150, can you imagine? Hawaii, it costs more to live. I get it. It's a lot more expensive to buy a home in Hawaii, but $115 million. Wow. You would have heard about that. You would have heard about that from more. 115 million. What does that look like? Jesus Christ. Continue on. That just threw me off that he would even come up with some bullshit that's that far out in space. I can't wait to buy Chinese technology that changed your skin color and will. They're trying to make work, and I can't wait to be purple. All right, it's getting a bit outrageous. Let me go back to the box. Are we going to get 100,000? Tap the screen, get the lights on up. Further great, I saw you holding. Good evening, welcome to the show. I saw you earlier. What was I getting wrong?
I said you was getting something wrong?
I just figured you might have, some of you guys be accusing me of shit like fluffing when I'm not doing that, so I don't be knowing. Gangsta Grandma has that.
I understand your role as being the advocate, you know what I mean? Devil advocate, but I don't know, man. It seems like it's getting harder to be that.
It is. It really, I can't argue with you. It really is. Trump is doing some things that are so. Look, I'm willing to defend Trump where I think he deserves to be defended, but yeah, some of the things he is doing is so blatantly wrong. Like the jet, for instance. I can't fucking defend that. I mean, he's doing more and more things like the white South Africans, giving them priority while you're kicking everybody else out. There's no defense for that shit. Well, it's only 59 of them. Yeah, but you turned everybody else into fucking zero. So I don't have any. Yeah, he's getting harder to defend. And I don't mind defending him, but he is getting harder to defend.
Well, I've been up in the box for a while, so I know how it goes. I'm not taking it personal. I only say that to say that Miss Mo better than a few other people have kind of hit on points that I was coming to hit on. I mean, yeah, he's raising up that skirt and showing that leg like that fragile. You remember that the fragile?
What are you trying to? Are you trying to somehow suggest that Trump might be a how?
Yeah, he on the stroll.
Oh my God.
He on the stroll. He most definitely on the stroll, brother. And I've been saying this from the beginning. The pushback I always get is that he's rich. He doesn't need anything. I don't know people as rich as Trump, but I know some pretty well-off people, and they're not going to walk over a dollar or a penny. They're going to pick that shit up and put it in their pocket. So when I hear people say, "Oh, there's too much money," well, if it was. And then, everything he's been doing, like you said, why isn't the jet going to charity or any fucking thing else he's getting? All the MAGA hats, the proceeds, the Bible, the crypto. If he doesn't need this shit, then who's he giving it to?
Yeah. I've said that many times. The whole idea that finally we got a guy in the White House that has his own money. He can't be bought, so we know he is doing what's in the best interest of America. He has been doing nothing but making money since he became president. I mean, like you said, shoes, Bibles, watches. I mean, you're talking about his own crypto. I mean, for a guy who doesn't need money, he sure is making it clear he wants more of it. He is constantly doing something. Yeah, right. I mean, he is like a businessman on steroids in the White House.
Yeah, and I mean, and once again, it's the shit that comes so fast that eventually it's going to bite us in the ass. She touched on Elon. I told you when, he got that Doge thing. It's a wealth grab. How the fuck do you have any business deal where he's on the other side of the table and he already know what you can bring?
Yeah. People
he already knows.
The suggestion is Elon is doing a bunch of good stuff for America, though. He's finding waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yeah, but we just talked about that. I also said, well, when, before he won, he went to North Carolina and Joe didn't. Because it costs money when these fucking people come in your town when it's doing, these type of tragedies. I mean, it's just not smart. You know what I mean? But he was selfish enough and his people was okay with it to be like, yeah, bring him in at any cost. So, kind of like when my man Dosa said that, I went, rabbit. Yeah, I can kind of agree with that because all the shit they say that mattered didn't matter. The fucking goalpost gets moved every day. Yeah.
I don't understand. Now, you mentioned Elon. I never could understand Elon's role. I mean, the idea that this guy loves America so much, a country he's not born in. I think it's his third. He was born in South Africa, but he lived in Canada first. Then he came. The idea that this man just loves America so much, he gave his only begotten $350 million just to be a member of Doge and make the country great again makes no sense at all. You wanted to make this country better so much that you just gave a bunch of your money away for it. Nobody wealthy does anything like that. So,
because he wasn't privileged to a lot of things until he could get into government. You know what I mean? Like he was able to see what was behind that veil. You know what I mean? Me, you, and a couple other people could get together and be like, "Hey, we're gonna outbid you, Elon." Well, he didn't know what the fuck we was bringing. Yeah, he's the richest man, but we might be the next 300 or 400. You know what I mean? So now he knows, man. He knows you don't have what you say you got because he knows exactly what you have. And I don't understand how that's not a compromise, not only for this country, but he can sell the information to other countries.
Yeah, that is true. My guess is if the shit really hits the fan, they're going to have to. Even without, I think they're going to have to eventually do something to prevent a future president from doing some of the things Trump has did. And I think the right will agree with it. They don't agree with it now because they're okay with Trump doing whatever. But I think we all know that if you had a liberal president in there doing the exact same stuff Trump is doing, they would not like that. They would be screaming to the heavens, this shit is illegal. But because it's Trump, they're kind of giving him a pass. But in the future, just for the sake of uniting this country back, they're going to have to make sure no other president takes some of these liberties that Trump has taken.
Yeah, and like I said, and like I said, Ms. Mo Better hit it on it before, but I've told you in my analogy, if the kid's at the fucking store and he's throwing grapes at you and shit and, pissing on the floor, skating down the fucking aisles and shit, and his mom is just, listening to her fucking, iBook or whatever the fuck else, like he's not doing shit, there's no accountability. So at some point, you can tell her she ain't doing shit. It's not the kid's fault.
Yeah.
So Trump supporters that don't hold this dude accountable for shit. 2020, it was stolen. It was this. It was that. 4 or 5 years later, no fucking evidence. The Haitians, they're eating pets and shit. The people there, like the South African president, told him like, bro, that's not happening. Well. Once again, I got videos and people saying it. Okay, we also got people here eating fucking Tide Pods and shit. I mean, what are we talking about?
Well, but that's one of the benefits that Trump has is that his supporters do not require proof. I mean, if he says something is happening, damn it, it's happening. I don't have. In fact, you're unpatriotic for even demanding I prove what I said. I mean, so he can get away with saying virtually anything, like as you brought up the Haitian migrants or how he won the 2020 election. I mean, he didn't have to prove that. I mean, when you look at January 6th, for instance, there is no way in hell. January 6th was only like 2 months and 2 days after the election was held. There is no way in hell that those folks who went to the Capitol building on January 6th had enough evidence at that point to believe the election was stolen. That was solely based on Trump telling. It's only been 2 months and you're storming the Capitol building. You ain't seen shit at that point to make you act like that. Now they're talking about the 20 million missing votes. None of that had happened at that point. Like, you haven't seen, why are you in here? You're going solely by what they're telling you. You ain't seen anything to be acting this way.
And I mean, to me, it's very clear. I've told you before, why not have it January 5th? Why not have it January 7th? Yeah. I think you have it January 6th because you know the potential of bullshit that can happen.
Yeah.
You could have had the same fucking rally the day before they got there. Guess what? And probably nobody be getting hurt.
Yeah.
But you had it that day with a specific reason that, hey, the potential of violence is probably on the 5th or the 7th. Maybe 20%. But if I do it on the 6th, it's probably greater than 50.
Yeah, the goal was to stop the transition of power. They called it stop the steal, but the goal was really to stop the transition of power that day. And like I said,
but they say.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, man.
No, I was gonna say
they'll tell you that it was peaceful and he didn't mean anything. He just meant fight for your rights, this and that. Well, you could have said that shit the 5th or the 7th.
I'll even say even if it was peaceful and you're fighting for your rights. Trump on January 6th had not even shown them enough evidence that any rights was violated. If you had one in that crowd where they're yelling, hang Mike Pence and don't certify the election and all that, and you asked them, why are you saying don't do this? Every reason they would have given you at that point, 2 months and 2 days from the election, would have been based on something they was told by the Trump folks. Like, you ain't seen any evidence of any of the stuff he's telling you. It's only been 2 months. You're going solely by what he's telling you, and you're putting your entire freedom and everything on the line for this. You haven't seen anything to justify why you're here. It's just him telling you.
And they parrot everything he says. Just wait. It's coming. Oh, it's coming. I mean, everything they say, the economy is shitting and all the shit he's doing. I'll give it some time. Well, the economists don't think we need time. They didn't think we need time before the fucking election. They said if he did what he said he was going to do, this would happen. Yeah. So I don't understand what the disconnect is. When we stop believing doctors and shit. I liken Trump to the guy, I heard you had some car trouble. The first week of the month, you go get your tires changed. Second week, you get an oil change. The third time you go, you just get some fucking air in your tires or some brakes. And then you get to, the Trump mechanic and he tells you, Yeah, you need all that shit redone again. They fucked it up. But I'm going to fix it. It's just going to cost you a little pain and time, but I'm going to fix it. And then you leave there like, I just got screwed over to be right where the fuck I started. What the fuck are we doing?
Well, sometimes news sounds better when you hear from the right person. You ever go? It's like going into a clothing store and you're looking to buy a new suit or some new threads, and it just sounds. If the salesperson is a really attractive woman, that sounds better than some dude saying, "Man, them pants look good on you." It sounds better coming from the right person, and Trump is the right person. So Trump could say the same thing Kamala or Biden may have said, but it sounds better coming from Trump. I got to move it on no further, Greg.
No problem, my brother. Great show as ever.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, almost 100,000. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Get your boy to 100,000. His own attorney general released the flight logs. What are you guys having an Epstein conversation? Flight logs. What are you talking about? Fake debunking special person on that. What if Trump paid the entire Republican Senate $1 million? Wow, that would be the biggest scandal in history. Paid the, shit. 100 senators, $100 million. You can certainly make it happen. I don't think he did that. I don't want to go down that route. But there's obviously enough money floating around on the Republican or the Democratic side to do it. But that's some serious prison time if you get caught doing that. Like Senator Menendez got caught. The mayor of New York was about to go down until Trump has kind of put his case on ice. Congressman George Santos out of New York, he's gotten a sentence. He's about to go to prison. I think he reports in July, if I'm correct. I think he reports to prison soon. So, but there's $100 million. You pay each senator $1 million. You can make too much money as a senator to do something stupid like that, though. Certainly, you can do that. You can make that kind of money as a congressperson, but as a senator, you gonna sell yourself out for $1 measly million? Yeah, you dumb as fuck to do that. There's way too much money to be made. You can go talk to people who are trying to get you to pass bills that'll give you more than that. People who give you inside trader information that is worth more than that. So he ain't gonna be the pass. He's not gonna be nobody's gonna pay a senator $1 million and get much done. It's just, I don't know, unless that person is just really, really susceptible to being greedy. It's just too much money you can make as a senator to do that. Real quick, looking in the comments, there are so many articles on it. I don't need to send you a link. You're saying there's so many articles on Trump paying each senator $1 million? Looking in the comments, this says, what a fucking embarrassment this country has become. The dumbest, most criminal administration in history, voted in by the dumbest American and worst Americans. Yikes. Well, I guess when you say the part about the most criminal administration in history, officially that is true because he's the first president we've ever had that actively has felonies on his record. So there's no way to deny that. So I won't go into the comment of whether they're dumb or not, but criminal, yeah. Nicole, good evening.
What's going on?
Not much at all. Good to have you back on. We're doing a 4-month review on the Commander-in-Chief. Huh?
I was waiting patiently.
Well, you had an echo, and I tried to bring you back on, and then you weren't there anymore.
Yeah, I couldn't get my headphones. I had you on speaker, and I guess that's what that was.
Yeah, man, all I could hear is just me coming back out of the. Yeah, it sounds really bad.
It was terrible. Yeah. Oh my God, are you believing? Do you remember our conversation earlier when he first got elected? When I said he was going to try to make us a third world country. Do you see this shit unfolding?
You think he's doing stuff to me? I don't see that. Third world. How?
Tim, he is fucking bankrupting our fucking economy. He's taking all of the social services that make this our community work. Like I saw a lady talking about she has a neighbor that's an 80-year-old, and they rent out a house to her for $500. And on the other side of her, she has some MAGA Republicans or whatever, and they take really good care of this 80-year-old lady as well. Mm-hmm. So now she's realizing that she's going to lose all of her Medicaid, Medicare services, and they're telling her that she's going to, they're going to raise her rent. Like, the reality behind closing all of these facilities, Social Security, that we're still fucking paying into, mind you. But now no one can facilitate and use these services.
Why do you think he's doing it? There has to be a reason. Why do you think he's doing that?
Because he wants to have complete control. Like, why would you bankrupt so many institutions? Why would you get rid of so many of public places that protect the consumers? Who can the consumer call and complain to now? Who do we have to go to fix certain things that are going wrong? Nobody. He's making it a complete desert.
Yeah, I hear that even like civil rights divisions and stuff like that. I mean,
that's gone. Like, civil rights, do you really think he gives a damn about civil rights? No, he doesn't.
Well, if you're South Africana.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. And that's just, that's the most, oh my God. Wait a minute. So we care. We have never gave a fuck about anything going on in Africa or South Africa.
True.
And now, because white people are claiming genocide and they're losing land, now we want to have refugees from, we don't like immigrants.
You know, the crazy thing is you mentioned white Africa. It's crazy because obviously the continent of Africa is overwhelmingly black, and it's like you went over there and you found some folks that were struggling. How the fuck you come back with white people? Like, you went to Africa and you came out with white folks. Like, that has to be deliberate. Like, out of every continent on earth, you went to Africa and you actually came back with white dudes. Like, how the fuck you? It's really comical when you think about it, because I mean that's where all the black people are. Like, out of everybody that's being mistreated or oppressed on this continent, you found some white dudes? Really?
Yeah, that's insulting. That is so insulting. And then these people are people that stole land. Like, oh my God, just throw the whole fucking thing away. I just don't even care. But. And then you want to talk about Israel and Ukraine. And not to mention, where have they sent the Ukrainian refugees? He didn't send their ass over to El Salvador.
No. Well, you know, I said earlier in the show, I don't know if you were tuned in at the time, but I believe that he just is. I mentioned, what do you call it, replacement theory. And I do believe that either Trump or someone that he cares about subscribes to replacement theory, and he is acting on behalf of that, which is why I stated, I don't care if you're here illegally, you're here legally, you're on welfare, you're a millionaire, you got a PhD, or you're a high school dropout. If you came via the southern border from any of those Hispanic areas, he wants you gone. Because now we're getting rid of folks that are going to universities and shit like that. Those are not welfare recipients. They're not going to be on our entitlements. People from Harvard, I just think if you're brown, you violate the whole replacement theory concept, and they just are trying to get rid of everyone that is in that category.
Well, Harvard has nothing to do with that. Harvard is just somebody that's just a private institution that won't bow down and kiss the ring. So he's just going to try to close them down.
Yeah, but I mean, there could be some of that in it as well. You know, he does believe in revenge, so there could be certainly some of that.
And then he's using the protest as a way to combat or try to take their 501c3. He doesn't want them to be a non-for-profit anymore. Like, he's just so full of shit. He's a racist.
Ooh.
That's just point blank.
But what about the notion that replacement theory is, like in the comments, I think it says Robbie Rouse says replacement theory is not just a theory. Look at Germany and the UK. Doesn't look like a theory there. Do you believe that there is reality in the notion that white people in this country are on the cusp of being replaced.
Fuck that. Okay? What's wrong with replacing their ass? Like, what the fuck is the problem? Like, there's enough of, they are the majority.
Yeah.
The problem is that brown people, black people, any other race outside of that majority has become more of a problem. You have your Jasmine Crockett's, you have your Barack Obama, you have your Michelle Obama, you have some other minorities that have come up. Look at his administration. His administration is all white. He has a couple of Patels in there or some other people that think they're white, but they're not. But at the end of the day, they have sold out. Like Lamar Odom was one of those people that went to this dinner the other night. Like, why? The crypto dinner.
Well, but because of what I mentioned earlier.
Because access. Because he's selling access to the White House. No other president. And the other only reason why he's also getting away with that is because the Supreme Court has given him a little bit of immunity. And not to mention the fact that the Republicans are a bunch of bitches that don't mind letting him do whatever he's going to do. But he knows that he couldn't do that his first term. And now he has a little bit more hanging room, and he's using it to enrich himself. That fucking plane that he's accepting, we as American taxpayers are going to pay for that shit, and then he's going to take it home as a fucking present.
Well, first they started out by saying that you don't have to worry about this plane because he can't legally take it. Now they switched to, well, it's not for him, it's for the government. You know, it's not going to him, it's going, well, you were wrong by saying he was not going to get it to begin with. And I'm with you. There's no way in hell that I see Trump, once he no longer has access to Air Force One, going back down to that little 2-engine black aircraft he was flying. When he got this big ass 4-engine 747 luxurious, he's never going to fly that current jet he has right now, the one he had before he became president. He gonna sell that shit. I mean, there's no way he gonna go back to flying that damn thing.
They're gonna soup it up for him to fly around as soon as possible with our money, and then he's gonna part ways with it if he ever leaves. That's if he leaves, because they are talking about 2028. They're sneaking that bullshit in as well.
Do you think there's a reality? You think there's a chance he may try to run for a third term?
Tim, do you see all the bullshit that he has done in it? We ain't even 6 months in yet.
Yeah.
They will rewrite that shit in some way. It might be in this big pretty bill as well. Like, what the fuck? And then he said, I'm not going to touch Medicare. I'm not going to touch Medicaid. And what has he done?
Yeah.
He's so full of shit. And not to mention the other bullshit that's going on with him. I just lost train of thought of what it was because he has so much bullshit going on every fucking day.
Let me ask you something else, though. While you're thinking about your train of thought on that, have you ever heard of it? I don't know if you were watching earlier. We were talking about black fatigue. Are you aware of this?
I did hear it from you in this
live.
The videos, this videos that you just showed. Black fatigue. Tim, all this is fear. It's fear. Like what part of black people are they really, really tired of? Like the person that did the last video, it's a little bit of truth on both sides, right?
Give me the truth. Give me the truth to justify black fatigue first, and then we'll tackle the other end of it. So you're saying there's truth on both sides. So there is some truth to having black fatigue, is what you're saying.
Well, the way the media shows it, I mean, like you speaking of Chicago. Yes, Chicago is violent. I live in Illinois as well, right? I'm not in Chicago, but I'm in a suburb of Chicago. But it's displayed. You would think that if you just walked on any street in Chicago, your life is in danger. But that's not the reality.
Right.
And the reality is not, black people are not the only people that are committing crimes. But the way it's shown on TV, you would think that you would get carjacked or shot at a moment's notice. Yeah. That's not the reality.
No. And I would also point out that when you talk about murder capitals in America, Chicago's not the murder capital. I mean, most of the murder capitals tend to be in red states like St. Louis and Memphis and Little Rock and Baton Rouge. It's just that Chicago makes a better target because it's in a liberal state. It's had a history of tough gun laws. It's connected to Obama. So it's like liberal all around, so it makes a good target. Whereas St. Louis might be a liberal city, but it's in a red state. It doesn't have tough gun laws. Same thing applies to Memphis and Baton Rouge and New Orleans as well. So because of all the liberal connections to Chicago, it makes a better target. So does New York. So does Los Angeles. That's why you're hearing about those more. But they're not murder capitals. None of them are the murder capitals.
No, it's not. But that's just bullshit and more fear mongering and wanting to make it seem like we need fucking boots on the ground and all this other kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, what your other Dencal spoke of, us getting in the army and doing all this other kind of shit. But Tim, I'm from the hood just like you are, right? Mm-hmm. I have multiple degrees. I'm in law school. I work. I do all these things. My son just graduated with his master's. He's 24 years old. My daughter is on her way to being a speech pathologist. But at the end of the day, the difference is poverty. Because I moved from out of the hood, and I moved from I've been in several different areas in Chicago. But I'm in the DuPage area where it's red as fuck. And these people are protesting their asses off because they mad as fuck. And it is not fucking liberals. This is a fucking red.
Are they paid protesters? You know the right things thinks that all the protesters are being paid.
Nothing about DuPage County is fucking blue. It's a few of us out here, but these motherfuckers out here are red, period. They are unhappy and upset. They are all up and down Ogden, right in front of the Tesla. I mean, they all up and down this fucking area every weekend. I just get so fucking, I just don't know. But at the end of the day, my issue is, it's because of poverty. That is the biggest difference. Yeah. When I'm here, my kids had so much more. I had to put them in private school when I was in the city because I didn't want them in the public education, or I was going to put them in magnet school. But out here, it's different. These kids have opportunities to be whatever the fuck they want to be. That's the fucking difference.
That also could lead to strengthening that whole replacement theory issue, because I think what a lot of folks don't realize is that when you look at how, and I know some folks are going to suggest that this is victim mentality, but when you look at how the black community was treated for so long, you got to give them time to correct things. I mean, if you look at the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1964. So we're like the first generations that have lived with civil rights from birth, because my mom and your mom probably were not born with civil rights. They were probably born before 1964. So when you look at the graduation rates, when you look at the wealth in the black community, when you look at the level of managerial positions and things like that, and all, it's growing astronomically. The problem is the white community that often points out the flaws in the black community don't want to give it the necessary time it takes to 40, 50 years from now, there's going to be far more success. I mean, because then you'll start having some old money in the black community, which did not exist when we were young. Nobody had old money. It was just being formed. So it takes time for this stuff to happen. And the black community has only been free like one, maybe two generations. And people are expecting.
But they never allowed us to be. Anytime any black community was affluent and popping and being prosperous, they came and burned us down. They came and took it away. They don't want that.
Yeah.
That's the fucking problem. When they said, okay, let me go over here and build our own shit, they came and took it.
But what about this comment here coming from Broker Guy? He says, we don't teach our kids to sleep with numerous women and sell drugs. Fix your shit. Now, I'm assuming he doesn't know that Trump has not been with the same woman all his life, but he's saying that, we don't teach our kids to sleep with multiple women and sell drugs. He's suggesting that in the black community, we're literally educating our kids on how to bag up nickels and sell crack rock. What say you?
He's a fucking idiot.
I had to just pass it on. I gotta move it on, Nicole. But this is what you get. Go ahead.
Nobody teaches their kids that stupid shit.
Right.
My kids don't implement any of that. I'm not a fucking grandmother at all. They know better. So, and there's plenty of black people out here that do not implement that type of philosophy in their life. But that's just some old I watch MTV bullshit.
I don't think well, the people on MTV, you're talking about Teen Mom.
I'm just saying, you know,
white kids.
The hip hop bullshit and all that other kind of stuff. He's watching reality TV. He doesn't know real black people because there's a lot of black people that don't live that type of life.
Yeah, my daughter's 23 and I'm not a grandfather yet either. I didn't have my first kid until I was damn near 30. I gotta move it on, Nicole. Thank you as always.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Talk to you later.
All
Bye.
right, you too. All right, moving on with the program. History books written by white men. They didn't include black folks and what positive things blacks contributed. Pat Poindexter, I think that is true. You know, when I was a kid, because didn't Cal mention this in regards to slinging drugs and doing shit in the black community? And was one of the things he pointed out, you need black role models because you don't have anybody that's teaching the black community, you can do this or you can do that, and you can actually prosper. It was just the people with money were criminals. You know, you see the guy who's dealing drugs, driving around in a fancy car, or wearing the latest and greatest clothes and jewelry and shit. You didn't have enough role models. And I'm saying this because of what Poindexter in the comments talked about. Because when I was a kid, there was not a lot of black role models on TV. There really was not. Even the cartoons you may have watched. How many cartoons featured a black superhero in the 70s and 80s? Everything you see on TV, the astronauts, the superheroes, you know, the cops, everything was white. Like all of the people you might look up to, the doctors playing in, I mean, I say the Cosby Show is probably, well, you could say the Jeffersons, but the Jeffersons was a nightly show that really was not designed for kids. I mean, he's having racial conversations with Archie Bunker. So the Jeffersons was not really a role model that kids were going. When you're talking about young, impressionable kids, the 1970s and 1980s, how many people of color were on television to look up to? There were just no role models. I mean, I watched Tom and Jerry. Thomas, you remember the maid? You see the legs of this black woman that looked like a resemblance to Aunt Jemima? Which by today's standards, that probably would be considered as racist as hell to have this maid walking around in the way it was dressed. But I don't recall anything coming up in that era that was a decent role model where black kids could say that person looks like somebody I could be when I grow up. It was all white people. And I see in the comments, Tim Hirsch says Fat Albert and Friends. You really see Fat Albert as a role model? Bunch of poor kids walking up and down the street. You really think that was a role model? They weren't doing anything to pattern yourself after. Fat Albert. That was just one of the only black cartoons on TV. That wasn't role model material though. His privileged life made it possible for him to be into kids. Wait a minute. His privileged life made it possible for him to be into his kids' life, but to me, he's a disgrace as a parent. Who are you talking about? Bill Cosby or something? This is the BS they pumped into the black hood since the 1970s. They called it black cinema. Pimps and gangs. Yeah, you've seen, even when you've seen extras on television shows, even in the 80s, like Hunter and shit like that. It was, or you see somebody in Beretta, or the character, the black character was usually a criminal in those shows. I mean, it just wasn't many black folks to look up to until, I'm trying to think, obviously in the 90s you started having shows. But even throughout the 80s, what was out there? What type of shows were on television that featured blacks, at least middle class? I mean, we talk about Good Times, but they were dirt poor living in the projects. I mean, like, what was there in terms? I mean, obviously you got the dynasties and the Colbys and white people doing really good, really good. Knots Landing. They're fucking rich. Dallas. But when you look at the African, and I don't think there was any black people on hardly any of those shows. I mean, was there any black characters on Dallas, Knots Landing, or Dynasty, or the Colbys? Were there any black characters at all? I don't think so. Give me a break. Alter ego. With Neil Carter once again playing the role of a nanny. No, that doesn't count. You know, she was working for the police chief, helping him raise 3 white kids. That ain't a role model. I want to be a nanny when I grow up. That's just a traditional, stereotypical black role. Once again, being played by a heavyset black woman. No different than the Tom and Jerry character. Neil Carter was just playing that character in real life. Really give me a break? No. Let me look at the comments here. That's kind of funny, though. Family Matters was a 90s show, JB. I said in the 80s. I think Family Matters is 90s. Maybe it was 80s. Was it 80s? No, I think Family Matters is a 90s show. Because the father was in the original Die Hard as the cop, and he wasn't on Family Matters yet. And that's Die Hard came out in the late 80s. So no, Family Matters is a 90s show. The Cosby Show is probably the only one I can think of. Cosby Show is probably the only one I can think of that came out in the mid 80s. But like I said, growing up, and by the way, when the Cosby Show came out, even in the black community, it was viewed as very unrealistic because it just represented nobody we knew. Nobody we knew had a family that was, mom is being a lawyer and dad is being a high level, what was he, a baby doctor? Or it just didn't represent anybody we knew. But yeah, there just was not any role models. I see somebody say Family Matters 89 to 97. Yeah, so Family Matters was predominantly a 90s television show. The best part is the right is always incompetent. Huh? I don't know what that means. We need to do away with Medicaid now. Why? What is the urgency to do away? I don't know. Have we gotten to become a country where the motto is don't ask me for shit? That literally seems like that is the motto of this country. I got mine, you figure out a way to get yours. Don't ask me for shit. It makes America look like the most selfish people you can imagine. Just don't ask me for shit. I don't care what entitlement, what state assistance program it is. There are folks in this country that want to get rid of it. I just would rather not help anybody out. I want to keep I don't want to share any damn thing, which is why I also stated there is a reason to vote Republican. If you have money and you don't want to be forced to share it, you certainly should be voting Republican. So you're literally paying me to make America lesbian. Thanks. And trans to what the fuck does that mean? Anyway, I do appreciate the 99. We didn't get to 100,000. I was asking you guys to tap the screen. Came close. Real quick in the, I want to make sure I didn't miss out anything there, but real quick, tap this before we wrap it up. But I want to make sure I didn't see any Different Strokes. The Different Strokes is not a role. You watch Different Strokes and you looked at Arnold and Willis as role models, hoping that you get lucky enough to have a white father adopt you. That's not a role model. Amen. Who was in that? Jack A and Marla Gibbs. They pretty much were just average everyday folks talking shit on the porch of their what do you call it? Brownstone apartment complex or whatever. They weren't poor. They were kind of like the Honeymooners. You're, with Jackie Gleason, just a regular working class family. So I don't look at Amen as something that is a role model, unless you want to be the pastor. I mean, there was no role model in that, but they were not in deep poverty either. Like I said, kind of like the Honeymooners or Roseanne Barr's show, not the Connors, but Roseanne, just a working class family. That's all they were. Tim, you are confusing. No role models, but when there is, we can't relate. No, I'll agree that the Cosbys were role models, but like I said, that's it though. For the whole fucking decade, that's it. There were no role models for the black community. That's it. You had Bill Cosby, which is why people couldn't relate. They weren't used to seeing it on TV. But I mean, obviously, in somebody said a different world. Once again, a different world. I believe that spun off in the. That's also kind of a '90s show as well. Maga Reacts. I think a different world, because the Cosby Show came out what 85, 86 somewhere. Yeah, different world. I mean, but and that would be somewhat, because at least there. I mean, it just portrayed kids in college. I mean, is that really your role? I mean, if you want to go to school and get an education, it was a good spinoff. I'm not going to argue with that, but like I said, you guys, you see my point though. How difficult it is to come up with actual role models. It just, I mean, we're talking about a whole decade, and there may have been one show here or there. That's it. It just was not a lot of role models for African Americans on TV. Just wasn't. Real quick, in the Jeffersons. Really? Now, Brian, you point out, and thank you, Dennis Calhoun. Appreciate you joining the program. Patriot level. Thank you, Dennis, for supporting the program. You mentioned Muhammad Ali. There has always been athletes for African athletes and musicians. That's always been the case. That's been the case. I mean, that was really the only way for African Americans for a long period of time in this country to be successful. It's really, I hate to say it, but entertain the white man. You talk about Sammy Davis or something. If you can do something to entertain them and make them happy and smile, you can make money. But outside of musicians and athletes, or just say performers, because a very small, minute amount of actors are in there as well. Somebody mentioned Diane Carroll, maybe Sidney Poitier. A few actors are in that as well. But I'm talking about jobs that were actually obtainable without a whole bunch of luck needed. I mean, even in 2025, if you want to be a musician that's successful, a successful athlete, or a successful actor or actress, it requires a significant amount of luck. I'm talking about positions where you could actually aspire to be if you worked hard enough and luck wasn't necessary to be part. I mean, there's a lot of people who, even today, who can act really well, are really good at sports, or can sing very well. And you need luck. That doesn't go anywhere unless there's a lot of luck involved. So you can't really count that. Find me any female underwater welder. I'll wait. That's a hell of a male-dominated profession. Female underwater welder. I would first tell you to find me some females that even want to do that. I mean, you're doing welding jobs on the hull of boats and things like that. That's not a job that most females, I would say probably less than 1% of females would even want to do that, even if you offered them a good salary. That's incredibly dangerous. I mean, you're not going to find a lot of females that want to do that. The A-Team. I mean, Mr. T in the A-Team, he played a guy who was discharged from the military and became a mercenary. Is that a role model? I don't know if the A-Team would be role models, where you literally are mercenaries going around shooting at bad guys. I don't know about the A-Team. I enjoyed the show, though. I like the A-Team. Even if I see it in reruns now, I'll watch it. And you notice nobody gets shot on the A-Team. But I don't know if I would consider that as a role model. The A-Team. Wow. These sitcoms featuring predominantly black casts offered viewers a look into black families, communities, and experiences that were rarely seen on mainstream television. They provided well, yeah, but I'm simply saying, like Tyler Perry nowadays features blacks in wealthy roles. Like I mentioned, the dynasties of Colby's and all. You could have done a show like that featuring blacks. You watch some of these drug shows that 50 Cent creates, and black people are doing financially pretty well. It works now, but most of that stuff is controlled by people that are producers or directors that are black themselves. They still really are not putting on those kind of shows that are coming from white directors and producers and all. I mean, it's mostly blacks that don't get to the position where they can do their own shit, and they're doing it now. But certainly going back in our era, the 70s and 80s, there was just nothing there. There was just fucking nothing there. That's why I keep saying the black community will come along. You just got to give them time. I always use the example of the Monopoly example, where you're playing a game of Monopoly and you have your little thimble in your car and all of your little markers on go, and you roll the dice and you go around and you're buying property and you're holding one group back. You're holding one of the players, you're keeping them on go, and you're letting the other person go around for 50, 60 go rounds. They're buying property. They're doing all of this shit. They're going past go each time. They're getting $200. All of that. They're taking all the money from community and chance and all of that shit. And this person is stuck on go. And then maybe after 50 revolutions, you let that person start going. They're just not going to catch up. Every roll they're going to land on property that's already purchased because the other person got to go around so many damn times. It's going to take a lot of playing for this person to start being somewhat competitive to the person that you let go around 50 times. One generation after what the black community went through it's going to take longer than that. You can't pass the Civil Rights Act in 1964 and expect, well, in 40, 50 years, everything will be fine. No, it's all sorts of shit. Like I said, you don't be going around buying up properties. People still own that stuff. A lot of people are still beneficial from that. All of them folks ain't even dead yet. Folks are still benefiting from all of that stuff. Them properties ain't sold if we're playing Monopoly. They're still benefiting from all of that shit. So give the community time. Like I said, more people are graduating. More people are getting in positions of power. More money is developing in the black community. You got to give it a little bit longer time than we've been giving it. So it'll take time. You said, I've been here less than that, Tim, says MAGA reacts. Yeah, but you weren't oppressed. You weren't deliberately mistreated, MAGA reacts. So that's the difference. People say, well, an immigrant came over here from Africa or they came from some other country and they're doing better than the black community. Why is that? Well, the mindset. You haven't dealt with all of the shit that these folks have been through from all of these communities that's been passed down from generation to generation. The mindset is different. You came over here and you were allowed to start rolling the dice and leaving go immediately. You weren't held on go for 50 go rounds. Your parents weren't held on go for 50 go rounds. All of that shit changes the mentality. Whereas you come over here from another country, you already have a focus on education and all of that. Whereas the black community, it's going to take time to have a focus on education because chances are your mom and your grandma didn't instill it in you because it was of no value to them. My own grandma told me, I'd be damned if my kids ever asked me to pay for education. They should go out and get a job. When you know your outcome already, you're going to be a maid or you're going to work in a factory. You're not going to promote your kids to go to college and shit like that because there's really no reason to do it. It takes time in the black community that's been through this to start realizing the value of all this stuff. You're talking literally generation after generation after generation of mental damage. You coming in as an immigrant from another country, you had your family, all of that. They haven't been through that in America to have that same mindset. If people believe that people can survive on the minimum wage that they're making around America, that's what's keeping generations in poverty. I don't know. Does anyone believe that you can survive on a minimum wage? I don't think at this point, considering the minimum wage has been kept the same for about 20 some odd years in a lot of states. Is there anybody that believes because the minimum wage is $7.50 to about $10 an hour in most states in this country. Maybe at $10 an hour, you can kind of do it in some areas, but $7 an hour, you're not going to survive anywhere. Even in rural Alabama and backwoods Louisiana, you're not going to survive off of that low. Even in the cheapest areas in the country, $7 an hour, you just ain't going to do it. I mean, you think about how much groceries cost. If you're making $7 an hour, let's say $8 an hour. What is that? $320 a week before taxes, by the way. So you're talking, you're making a little bit. You're making, what is that? $1,260, $1,280 a month. You start talking about trying to eat out of that. You start talking about your rent, a little bit of clothes you're gonna need to wear. You you can't survive off of that. Maybe if you're renting a room. I mean, but I just can't see how you could do it. I mean, like I said, unless you're in the deep South somewhere where you can find somewhere to stay for $350 a month or something, maybe. But it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. Lots of immigrants come here and get rich. They don't have generations of wealth. Well, there's lots of African Americans starting to get rich too. MAGA reacts. But the point I'm making to you is the mentality of the past. Look, you see how we view gun rights in America? That's because of the way this country was founded. Well, a lot of the negatives are in people too. The way things have been going for you don't just make a change. Imagine if a liberal passed a gun law. You think people are just gonna get rid of their guns because the law changed? Well, if you got oppression going on, you can't just pass a law and it stops. If the people don't like the other folks, they're not going to stop because you passed a law. I mean, it takes time. It takes a long time. You can't do something one way for hundreds of years and expect it to change overnight. It just doesn't work like that. Did we get 100,000? Yeah, we did, didn't we? Then they get free food and free health care. You guys are talking about something. Not on your own. Federal minimum wage is $7.25. That won't even buy you food. Yeah, the federal. Look, that's a giveaway to businesses in this country. There's no excuse for why any business is fighting against the minimum wage increase after 20 years. It just should not be, but plenty of them are. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 105. I do got to step away as always. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, feel free to follow the program if you're on TikTok, Instagram. Give your boy a sub if you happen to be watching on YouTube horizontal or YouTube vertical. Until then, I'll catch you folks manana. Y'all take care. Have a good night. And I want to make sure I didn't miss anything on here.